아. 음, 음, 1이 140. 일단 숲갈 파티 찾았습니다. 일이 142. 이제 곧 100. 스펠링을 틀렸. 곧. 이탕님 안녕하세요. 어서 오세요. God is near. God is place. I saw your text. No, I can't do it. Do you want to just press the focus button, I guess? You want to press the focus button real quick? Let me see something while you're doing there you go. Okay, that should be good. It'll go away. 카메라를 새로 설치를 했는데 You put it on AV. You try switching it to AV. Okay. Yeah, just press it down to focus real quick. Yeah. Nope, that's fine, babe. Please just. Okay, thank you. 얼마인가요? 오늘은 깔에서 천천히 진행해 보겠습니다. 그냥 솔프를 할 걸. 솔프를 해야 좀 약간 부담이 덜 되는데 카메라를 오늘 새로 설치해 가지고 어제 밤에 늦게까지 설치했거든요, 카메라를. 근데 이게 처음에는 카메라가 잘 설치됐는지 수정하면서 좀 천천히 했으면 좋았을 텐데 파티 들어오는 게 아니라. 동그라미는 뭐야? Good morning. How old is your baby? I hear him cooing but not crying. He just woke up. He had a really good sleep. Oh wow. He usually sleeps when he's hungry or tired, but just because it's like right after he woke up, he's not crying. He is about to be a year old here shortly. What would I say as my first year of being a dad? It's difficult. One, it's very hard. It's difficult. It's a new experience, and you know, it was a lot harder than I thought. Requires a lot of patience, but amazing overall. You know, just if I had to put it in one word, amazing. If I had to go in depth and explain it, and all the bads, and not the bads, but like, of course there's gonna be some hard times being a dad, right? I always think, like, when I had my son, I always thought that moment was gonna be the hardest moment. I told myself, once he starts to walk, once we don't have to like really burp him and worry about him, like check in on him while he sleeps with SIDS and stuff, it's like, okay, this has got to be the hardest part, where he like literally can't even crawl or play by himself. We have to be attentive 24/7. But I was so wrong. I feel like every moment I tell myself that, oh, this has got to be the hardest moment. This has got to be the hardest moment. But it's actually it just gets harder as it goes. Now that he's able to almost walk, there's new elements of difficulty that and like stress that gets added on. You know, for example, I don't want him to get into like certain parts of our house, like cabinets and stuff in our kitchen where there's condiments. Then you know, you look at the house in a different perspective. You have to look through the baby through the eyes of your child and make sure he can't reach or get into something that could potentially hurt him. And you have to continuously adapt. Like, we plugged in all the wall outlets as soon as he started crawling. You don't think about that stuff when you don't have a kid. You don't think about, you know, making sure to cover all the wall outlets, to get a lock for certain cabinets that he shouldn't access. I told my wife, I was like, you know, like she kind of lets him do what he wants and let him explore, and I think that's an okay thing. Let him explore and figure things out, because he likes to open things, close things. He wants to learn. You can tell he always wants to touch things, and he wants to explore, and I don't want to kind of kill that spirit. and neither does my wife. So we kind of let him explore in the kitchen and all this. And sometimes he can get into a closet or like a little cabinet. 트위치는 리방 돌아가고 있는데 아닌가. You know, if he gets into a soy sauce or like hot peppers and he just dumps it in his mouth, we're in trouble, you know? So I'm sure I say this now that this is probably the hardest part, but they say terrible twos for a reason, right? But we'll see how it goes. I do feel like if I have to speak more on it, I do feel like right now is the most awkward time because he's like wanting to walk, but he won't. He still crawls. And once he starts walking, I feel like it's easier to take him out and show him the world or the mall or playgrounds, and it's easier for me to be a dad and be like a playful parent. Right now he still needs to be carried. He crawls everywhere, so he gets dirty. Like, we can't let him crawl in the mall, right? We can't let him crawl in the mall all the time. We can. There's playgrounds where we can. We can't let him crawl in other places that are outside of our home. So for me, it's hard to take him out to, like, I want to take him out to like little fun land. They call it fun land. It's essentially a playground, a giant indoor playground for kids. There's a lot of slides, trampolines, arcades that kids can enjoy. I want to go to things like that with my son, but it's hard for him and it's hard for me because right now he can't really walk or run. 파티 사냥을 너무 급하게 들어왔나 보네. 지금 should have waited a little bit before started party grinding. Now I really can't stop. And I have to mess with things on my channel still. I was trying to install this new camera all night last night, and it was such a headache. I hate how they make it so difficult for you to use. They're trying to... I have a Canon camera, right? I have a Canon camera that's just kind of been sitting, not being used other than for family events, and I would take pictures and stuff. But I figured while it's not doing that, I would make it use and see if I can use it as a webcam. And I got it. I was trying to figure it out, and apparently, like, I did a simple Google search asking, hey, can I use my Canon camera as a webcam for streaming? And Google says yes, you just have to connect it, and you can do it through like this thing. And I looked into more guides and all this stuff. One, it uses its own mini HDMI cord that's very specific to Canon. I don't know why we can't figure out just use one global cord for things. We should just all use USB cable C for everything. A USB A or a USB C, make it global into the cord connection. I don't know the specifics of things. I'm not a tech junkie, so I don't know. Maybe there's like limitations to bandwidth or download speed that it needs to use certain camera, but it's really inconvenient. So I had to first buy the cable to connect the camera. Then I realized that you need to connect it needed to go into a certain port of my camera because it's not a USB 3.0. Let me just check something real quick. So once I learned that, that was just a hassle because I needed to buy like a connector, and I bought this thing called CamLink 4, and essentially what it does is you plug in the HDMI and it comes out. It's like an adapter to a USB. I download that. I get that little piece of equipment. You have to install a software for that equipment on your camera. So now I got the Canon EOS utility software that I got when I first looked into the guide, saying like, oh, you can stream but only with this software or firmware installed on your computer. So I got the EOS Canon utility software first. Then I learned that I had to get the adapter. I bought the adapter, and in order to use the adapter, I had to download another firmware called Camera Hub or something like that. So now I got two firmwares that I downloaded, and I connect my camera to the PC, and it's so buggy and laggy and very choppy, and I had to figure that out, and that took me a couple of hours just to mess with the settings on the camera to make sure it's on the right setting for live streaming. That was hard. Once I figured that out, I couldn't get a little white square, the autofocus square, to disappear on the camera while I'm streaming. They call it a clean HDMI out for these type of instances. When you connect the camera to your computer, some computers will not allow you to have just the webcam. It'll have like battery information on it, aperture information on it, focal point information on it. Extremely annoying. And I had to look up how to get rid of all that so I can just have a clean webcam with my camera. Just to find out that apparently my camera does not offer a clean HDMI out unless I install this community-based firmware into my computer through the SD drive. Yes, it's extremely like it's extremely gate worth. It seems like there's like a lot of hurdles you gotta go through. Very strenuous, very stressful. And what needs to happen is this application or this firmware is called Magic Lantern, right? And you need to essentially, it's not from Canon, it's not from the people that sold me the adapter to the camera. I've gotten this far. I've gotten that far and already sunk like 4 hours into trying to set up my camera. And I wanted to make it work because I've already spent like hundreds of dollars buying the camera stand, the adapter, and 4 hours of my time, and I didn't want to just walk away. So I looked into Magic Lantern. Turns out Magic Lantern isn't offered by Sony or Canon. It's not offered by the adapter, but it's a community. It's the Canon community that decided to make its own firmware. and you have to download it through the SD card. But the catch is, cam view looked really zoomed in. Yeah, it's my new camera. That's what I'm talking about right now. Is the amount of stress I went through to install this camera, and I'm not sure if it's worth it. Maybe I need to say change it back, because a lot of people are telling me that it doesn't look great. 카메라에 대한 얘기가 많이 나오고 있는데, 카메라 어제 이거 설치하려고 4시간 동안 밤늦게까지 쩔쩔 매면서 설치한 거거든요. 카메라가 이게 캐논 카메라예요. 근데 집에 있는 캐논 카메라를 그냥 냅두기 아까워서 원래는 아이폰으로 웹캠을 쓰고 있었는데, 그냥 웹캠으로 돌아가는 아이폰으로 돌아가는 게 맞는 것 같기도 하고. 잠시 영어로 일단 하던 말 끝낼게요. So I got the magic lantern. I looked it up. I download the firmware, and the catch is you have to have if you have your firmware on your camera that Canon provides, if you have that up to date, well, it doesn't work, because you have to have previous versions of firmware on your camera in order for it to work, in order for it to be compatible with this application called Magic Lantern. So I had to figure out how to downgrade my firmware, which in itself is very wonky, and it's almost like a bug and not a feature. But people have figured out how to go backwards in versions of firmware on their Canon camera. And that itself was a challenge and a learning experience. That took me about 30 minutes figuring out how to do that. Once I got that figured out, I get the Magic Lantern into my camera successfully, and I'm all excited because I think it's gonna work great. Now it does have a clean HDMI output, meaning there was no like this white square on my camera while the live feed is being fed through OBS or other streaming platforms. But the issue just doesn't stop there. I can't figure out the aspect ratio to set this camera right so it's not like zoomed in all the way close to my face. And that was around 2 a.m. when I was messing with that. And until 3 a.m. 지금은 좀 어둡다. So until 3 a.m. I was trying to mess with the aspect ratio, the positioning of the camera. Why is it so dark when I have the lighting on? All these things. There's so many things that go into this camera that it's so overwhelming and hard to learn. And I understand, like with cameras like Sony, Canon, and Nikon, it's you have to make it into a hobby, right? You have to be willing to learn if you're going to spend hundreds of dollars into camera. That's why they're expensive, because they're that much more in depth and more settings are there for you to mess with. I was basically passed this camera down to me from my sister-in-law, who upgraded her camera, and I guess she's into photography. She does it a lot more. So when I use this camera, I always use just auto setting. Auto light aperture, auto focal point, auto focus. And now in a streaming setting, you can't use auto just for streaming. You have to set it to a certain point where it looks better for streaming purposes. And that's when I was like, okay, it's 3 a.m. I gotta go to bed. And instead of starting the party grind when I got on today, I should have just focused on messing with the camera. That's what I should have done. 어제 밤 늦게까지 이 카메라를 설치하느라 좀 쩔쩔맸거든요. 근데 지금 이게 그냥 개고생만 한 게 아닌가라는 생각이 드는 게, 카메라는 화질이 좋아요. 근데 이거 설치하는 데만 정말 한 4-5시간은 소비한 것 같아요. 얼마나 복잡한지, 그리고 얼마나 단계가 많은지. 아, 이런 거는 이제 손도 못 댈 것 같아요. 이 카메라가 캐논 카메라인데 와이프의 여동생이 카메라 업그레이드 한다고 카메라를 저한테 이게 물려준 카메라거든요. 그래서 이제 가족 이벤트가 있을 때나 아니면 어디 나가서 여행 다닐 때 이 카메라를 들고 사진 찍고 하는데, 그냥 자동 세팅으로 해놓으면 밝기나 아니면 카메라에서 이제 있는 세팅들이 다 자동으로 설정이 되면서 사진이 잘 나오는 편이거든요. 그래서 그냥 집에 두기 아까워서 여태까지 아이폰 카메라로 방송하고 있었는데, 그것보다 약간 이 캐논 카메라로 해보면 어떨까 하는 생각에 카메라 연결을 시켰는데, 돈 들여가지고. 근데 이게 너무 복잡해요. 너무 복잡해. 카메라 연결시키는데도 다른 이 카메라에서 컴퓨터를 연결시키는데 그 어댑터만 한 2개 정도 샀고, 그리고 카메라를 연결시키고 이제 방송을 하려고 가로 비율이 너무 넓지 않은, 근데 이거 어떻게 고치는지 모르겠어요. 그래서 이 카메라를 연결시키고 하고 있는데 이 비율 같은 것도 고치는 방법을 모르겠고, 화질은 좋은데 밝기나 비율 같은 게 다 자동 세팅으로 돼 있으니까 카메라를 컴퓨터로 연결하는 것을 배우는 동시에 카메라에 대해서 배우기 시작한 거예요, 어젯밤에. 일단은 끌게요. 그럼 이 카메라를 끄면서 진행하도록. 근데 이걸 이제 배우는 게, 카메라를 취미 삼아서 사용하시는 분이면 카메라 내부에 있는 세팅이나 그런 것들을 참 잘 만지면서 할 수 있는데, 저 같은 경우에는 그냥 물려받은 카메라라 자동 세팅으로 해놓고 그냥 스페셜 이벤트만 있을 때만 쓰는 카메라거든요. 근데 그런 걸 이제 만지려고 하다 보니까 너무 복잡하고 어지럽고 이해도 안 되고, 어제 한 4시간 동안 손을 봤는데, 새벽 3시까지. 저는 참 쉬울 줄 알았는데 굉장히 어렵네요, 이런 거 만지는 게. 그래서 연결시켰어요. 일단 카메라는 여기서 스토리가 끝이 아닌 게, 카메라는 어떻게든 컴퓨터로 연결시켜서 웹캠으로 쓸 수 있게끔 설정을 다 해놨는데, 그 카메라로 이제 웹캠으로 설정이 돼서 이제 웹캠으로 하는데, 화면 중간에 조그만한 흰 네모가 있는 거예요. 그래서 이게 뭐지? 이거 어떻게 없애지? 하고 카메라 설정에서 막 찾아봤는데, 그게 돈을 더 내지 않거나 아니면 카메라가 뭐 어떻게 해가지고 어느 버전의 카메라가 아니면 그걸 없앨 수 없다는 거예요. 아니, 그걸 진작 알았으면 내가 이렇게까지 시간 소비 안 하고 낭비 안 했을 텐데. 그게 흰 세모나 그 흰 네모 박스가 없이 나오려면 Clean HDMI라고 한대요. Clean HDMI. 근데 Clean HDMI의 설정을 사용을 하려면 제 카메라로 다른 캐논 커뮤니티에서, 캐논이 만든 어플리케이션이 아니라 캐논 커뮤니티 사람들이 그게 너무 껄끄럽고 불편해가지고 커뮤니티에서 만든 애플리케이션이 있거든요. 그 애플리케이션을 카메라에 있는 SD카드에 다운로드 시켜서 그 시스템을 카메라 안으로 이제 도입시키는 그런 방법으로 하는 건데, 그거 배우는 것도 1시간 걸리고 정말 복잡해요. 나는 정말 카메라를 컴퓨터에 연결시키면 바로 될 줄 알았거든요. 근데 그게 아니라 어댑터가 필요하고, 어댑터를 꼽으면 그것도 USB 포트에 맞는 포트에 꼽아야 카메라가 렉이 안 걸리고 부드럽게 나오고. 하여튼 진짜 복잡해요. 나 진짜 이렇게까지 복잡할 줄은 몰랐는데, 그냥 이렇게 될 줄 알았으면 그냥 아예 시작도 안 했을 것 같은데. 그리고 지금 이 화질은 좋다고 해도 비율 자체가 이상하게 나오잖아요. 얼굴만 딱 잡아서 나오고. 그래서 지금 그냥 다시 아이폰으로 돌아가야 하나. 렉이 있나? 각기 인형처럼 움직인다. 이 사냥이 되게 평화롭네요. 즐겁고 사람들이 조크도 하면서 재밌게 즐기시네. 뭐지? 아이고, 잠시만요. Okay, I'm back. Your face is gone. Yes, I turned the camera off because apparently I changed the camera and people are not vibing with it, and neither am I. I don't like the new change. I thought it would look better, but I think I'm gonna have to go back to my old camera. So maybe after this party grind I can turn it back on. It'll probably take me about 5 minutes to get it set up. I could probably set it back up. 안녕하세요. 어서오세요, IW님. I see what you mean now. Your face is super zoomed in when I rewind the stream. Yeah, brother. It was a heck of a night last night trying to figure that out. Let me tell you, it was not fun. Just for it to be stuck on a certain aspect ratio. The funny part is, it's supposed to be, you know, it should have been an upgrade because I went from using my old iPhone to a Canon camera, and I'm just gonna have to use the iPhone camera until I make some money off YouTube and I make some money off of streaming, and I will invest the money back in. I just figured, oh, I can use my Canon camera for webcam. Let me try that. And that naive, innocent thought process, that thought, made me go through 4 hours of trouble and hundreds of dollars of money that I did not want, that I don't want to spend. If it would have been a nice upgrade, I wouldn't have mind spending, like, I think I spent a little over $100. The adapter itself, called CamLink 4K, was almost $100 itself, and I had to buy the camera stand I had to also buy, what else did I have to buy? I'm sure oh, an adapter to the cam link to my camera. There's like 2 adapters that's connecting my camera to the PC. And it's just a mess. If you have Android, the app Droid Cam is a nice way to turn your phone's camera into a webcam over Wi-Fi. I actually use my iPhone the same way. There's a way you can connect your iPhones to OBS, and that's how I've been doing up until now. And it works fine. I just, you know, because I want to offer better quality, I want to have better quality. I decided to give it a try, but I think I'm going to return everything. I think it's better to just return everything and use my phone as the webcam for now. Until I can get like a nice webcam that's made for streaming. I'm sure with those, it can't be this hard. It can't be like this complicated to figure out. I have about 20 minutes left here. After this 20-minute, I'll try to get the iPhone connected back again. Yeah, the iPhone looks decent. Bummer that the camera doesn't work too easily. Yeah, it might be a me problem, I'm realizing, because I'm sure other people... It's just multiple factors. I don't have much interest in cameras. I think photography is cool, and I love looking at good photography. But, you know, cameras nowadays, the Canons, the Nikos, and the Sony cameras, they're all very intricate. There's so many settings that you can mess with and alter your pictures with the light exposure and you know, stuff like that, like the ISO settings. And those settings, if you are not willing to learn, or if you have never learned before, trying to essentially shove all that information in your brain in one night while learning how to connect the PC or the camera to the PC to use it as a webcam, and understanding all the esoteric knowledge that exists in that realm of knowledge is really overwhelming and so hard. If you're someone that's like a tech guy, or you like to mess with computers and cameras, I'm sure it would have been easier for you. But I have no idea. I usually just put my camera on auto setting, you know, and take pictures that way. Do you think the guy that got knocked off the rope yesterday survived until they got back? I don't know. I forgot his name. Maybe I can message him. I hope so. That was pretty funny, huh? It was a memorable experience for sure. It was funny for me, but it's kind of like nerve-wracking at the same time. You don't know if you caused them to die or not, and I think he lived though. He must have lived. Go here and come back. I should get rid of... Nope, it didn't get rid of the circle. Our priest is lagging pretty hard, he says. And he's like complaining about the lag. I for a second I thought it was me, but I think it's him. There's something wrong with the server on his end. It might be his internet connection, because I can see him like staggering a little bit. And I think that's due to the high ping or bad internet connection he has. You can see he's like moonwalking here and there. He's like staggering here and there. And I'm pretty sure that's the lag that he's experienced on his end. I don't see other people being like that. 오늘은 그래도 득템을 하네요. 오늘은 원래 여기 숟갈에서 득템하기 좀 어려운데 그래도 하나는 먹었네요. Nice that I got at least one item from this place already from party grinding. I think I got it in 20 minutes. Really nice. I got this item. Most of the time when I party grind here for about an hour, more than majority, like more than half the time I don't get anything when I spend an hour here party grinding. Sometimes I get 2 items, but most of the time I get none. So it's nice that I got one item, at least one item this time, early in. I still have about 15 minutes left in this party. You never know, maybe they'll drop me a blood dagger or a level 80 spear. These guys also drop scrolls too. I don't think it's anything crazy, but they do drop scrolls that can be sold for like few 100,000 mesos. Someone must have gotten something. 아직까지는 색깔이 경험치를 잘 주는 것 같기는 해요. 이게 오르는 게 눈앞에서 보이니까 약간 시프로 골렘의 숲에서 솔플할 때의 느낌? 그거랑 비슷하게 오르는 것 같아요. 참 웃기지 않나요? 레벨 58 시프가 114 파티 사냥하는 것과 솔플할 때 비슷하게 오른다는 게. So I still feel like I'm really over leveled for this area to be party grinding, here. Usually, Dragon Knights and Warriors don't come here. They'll leave this party ground. They'll leave this party training ground at around level 103, 105. Level 114. At level 114, you won't see a lot of Dragon Knights come here at this level unless they can't find a place to party grind in a party. Now what I realized though as I'm partying here that it's still not bad EXP for the amount of money that I pay. And I have pretty high tolerance when it comes to grinding. Like I can sit and put some hours down just grinding. And this feels, the rate that my EXP is going up, it feels very much like when I am solo grinding on my bandit that's level 58 at Golem Forest. It might be that my bandit's actually slower than my Dragon Knight right now party grinding here. My bandit at Golem Forest I think gets about 20 to 25% an hour, if that. I don't even think it gets that right now. I think it gets less. Let me rephrase, maybe 15 to 20% an hour. And here, party grinding here for an hour is netting me, we'll see how much it gets me at the end, I can check. But I think it's gonna get me like about 15%, which is insane to think that my level 58 bandit is getting the same amount of XP as my Dragon Knight per hour, if not a little bit more. That's why I call that level frame 50 to 70 the true filter. It's a filter because when Maplestory Classic comes out, you know, given that it's gonna be very similar and like, you know, given that it's gonna be like Maplestory, the classic Maplestory we know, or like Maple Land, that level frame 50 to 70 is going to be the great filter to see if people can make it through and actually like play the game out into the 3rd job advancement and into the 4th job advancement. Paying to grind. No, I meant playing to grind. Not paying, sorry. There's no paying element here. I would not be playing this game if there was a pay to win or pay to grind system. It must have been my pronunciation. I'm kind of new to high level grinding. What? You're new to high level grinding? Are you playing right now or are you watching me play? Probably a bit more EXP from mobs and also the new areas, or at least Forgotten Hollow. Oh, very true. You know, when Forgotten Hollow comes out, do we have any idea like what level the mobs are gonna be there, or to what players and what level frame it's intended for? I hope a new party quest comes out. That would be dope at Forgotten Hollow. But yeah, 70 is probably still gonna be a filter, but hopefully not as bad. 한국에 거주 중이신가요? 아닙니다. 미국에 거주 중입니다. 여기 사냥터가 또 좋은 게 파워 엘릭서가 많이 떠서 좋아요. 파워 엘릭스를 모을 수 있다. Probably 35 to 50ish. At least it should be a decent spot without Orbis Looty. Yeah, we might not. Yeah, you're right. We won't have Orbis and Looty right away. So I hope they come out with a new party quest there. That would be fun for people to enjoy. Wait, today's the 15th. Isn't today the start of the new event that they're doing in California? So we're gonna get more information. I started watching your streams. I used to play back in 2006, 2007 on GMS, but I never got past level 30 since I was a kid and didn't understand much about the game. 미국인들도 메이플랜드 하는 사람 있나요? 외국에 거주하시는 한국분들이 메이플랜드 하시는 분들 있겠죠? 분명히 있을 거예요. 제가 알기론. Looking forward to playing Classic World with some old friends. Oh heck yeah, buddy. That's what we're all waiting for, right? I definitely hear you on that. Yeah, 15th through the February 13th, I believe. Yep. We should get some more information here soon. It's gonna be exciting to learn like what's gonna be presented or what's gonna be revealed. I'm really looking forward to playing this with my friends that are gonna play. I think it will be really fun to watch my friends who are going to be new to the game. I'll watch them learn Maplestory, enjoy Maplestory, and then eventually get to a point where we're just hanging out in game and grinding and able to catch up in life, talking about things that we normally don't have the time or the opportunity to get into, like, you know, my friends are so busy in our age frame, like from 30 and on. We get so busy with our everyday life, especially like half of my friends have family. They're all dads, and they all have jobs and they get busy. So when we do play video games, one, it's seldom. Two, when we do play, our focal main topic, we can't really explore other realms of conversation and other aspects of our life and like share our experiences of being a father and all that stuff, because when we play video games, we're playing stuff like Call of Duty, Battlefield, League of Legends, and these games, it's very different from Maplestory, right? They don't give you that chill. They don't offer a chill environment where you can kind of just sit back and be occupied while chatting it up with your buddies about about things that are about things that do not pertain to the game that you're playing. A release date would be nice. Party grinding is a great excuse to make time to talk to your friends. Exactly. And even if it isn't the most efficient, what I've learned from playing Mapleland and over the years of playing Maplestory in general is that you can chase efficiency and you can chase like high earning EXP training methods and leeching methods, but at the end of the day, it's all about consistency. It's all about like how bearable, like how quickly can you get into that Zen state where you're just kind of existing, but time is flowing past you. And when you're too hyper focused in that moment, and you're worried about how much EXP you're earning, and you're worried about efficiency, it's really hard to enter into that Zen state. But when you're having your everyday conversation with players online, even if it's strangers, or you have an opportunity to just get in a party with your buddy and talk on Discord about, how's life going? How's your mom doing? Are you still doing that? How's your job? Like, what are you doing now? Those little interactions make the time go by fast, and that's the most important element on being able to endure the grind in Maplestory. You can be really hyper set and hyper focused and say, hey, I want to go to the most efficient training ground or the leeching method, but it's not going to be that big of a difference, right? Like if I go grind alone and or maybe it's just me and my buddy and he's not a priest or anything and he's just a marksman or whatever he is, and it's just me and him, an assassin and a marksman grinding in a random map together, yeah, maybe we'll earn about 15 to 20% an hour, but that hour just went by feeling like it's 20 minutes. I think that's the key. When people that watch my stream, there's a lot of really kind people that watch my stream and say, hey, I want to help you, or let me take you to a high EXP earning party ground or a leeching area, and let me show you how it's really like. Yes, I can earn like a lot more EXP there per hour, but the truth is I can't enter into a Zen state because I'm constantly looking at how much EXP I'm earning and comparing and thinking about like, oh, if I do this 3 more hours, you're essentially blocking yourself from entering into a Zen state. And I apply this to my real life too. I look for things where I can have longevity and consistency, and I look for things that I can really do, that I know for a fact that I can do for a long time. And the better way to say is I don't overburden myself, or I don't over stress myself out with things. I look for things that even if it's not the best, that I can do at a consistent base, at a consistent pace. And party grinding with your friends will be that. And party grinding in general with people that that you haven't talked to in a while since high school, if you get a chance to talk to those guys again, if you can play Maplestory with your friends, or you met a stranger online that really aligns with how you are as a person and you guys get along, and just talking about silly things like that and being in a party, you enter into a flow state. And for me, I'm sure I'll have that with my friends, but streaming is kind of like that for me. When I'm streaming and I'm communicating with you guys, I enter into a flow state, which allows me to grind on my bandit for 4 or 5 hours as I'm streaming. And maybe the EXP is mediocre and it's not the most effective way to grind. And a lot of my Korean viewers will tell me, oh, you're walking the hard road. Or, why are you there? Why aren't you here? You should be here where you earn more EXP. And that's true. All of that is true. But except when I grind alone, I already am experiencing the party element through chatting with you guys in chat. And now if I was grinding alone without anybody, like if I wasn't doing my live broadcast, then I would need to go into a party setting and I would be more interactive with other players. And I don't think I could do it alone without the chat, without you guys. But, you know, basically wrapping it all up, I think that's what's the most important, is that even if it's not the most efficient, you find an area, you find a method where you can enter into that flow state and feel the time just kind of go by. What server is this? Is Classic Maple out yet? This is Mapleland, and this is yeah, in KMS only. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to see if I can fix my camera real quick. Let me see how much EXP I got actually in and out. $3,106,000. So 3,106,000 out of 21 million is what, guys? Who can do quick math? I can't. 21575805 divided by that's not the way to do it. That was stupid of me. How much EXP did I get? 3 million? Was it 3 mil? 3 mil, right? Yeah, 3 mil, 106,000. Divided by 21. How much was XP? That got me just over 14%. Not bad. Not bad at all, right? Okay, let's see if I can fix my camera. 1 second. Oh man, it is just thing after another. See if this works. Excuse me. Here we go. iOS device. So earning 15% at that place. Wow. There we go. And we're back. I have to flip this. Shrink this down. Oh, we had it before. Properties. Add some what is it? Background removal. That. Right? We're so back, boys. We're so back. How's that looking? Does that look better? I think that looks like, right? There we go. All right. Well, now I just gotta worry about this circle thing that's not going away. I don't know how to make that go away. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna turn the VPN on. Hey, can you give me some coffee, please? Love you, bye. 캐논 카메라도 아이폰처럼 나오게끔 해서 해봐요. 시간을 투자하기가 좀... 그게 해봤는데 저 카메라가 방송용으로 하는 카메라가 아니라 한번 조금만 더 보고 안 되면은 뭐 그냥 아이폰으로 해야죠. 아이폰 여태까지 잘 쓰고 있었으니까. 그리고 또 지금 문제인 게 분명히 유튜브 쇼츠로 방송을 켰는데 이것도 안 나가고 있고, 하여튼 문제가 많네요 오늘. 아쉽게도. Let's see. 일단 이렇게 한 다음에 방송을 조금 진행해 보겠습니다. 그냥 파티 사냥이래. 꿀풀 사냥하면서 Realistically, do you think clerics will still be S tier with a nerf healed and MP eater? They're definitely gonna have to use potions now. I think clerics are not. I don't think clerics. I think clerics will still be good, right? Like, let's just talk in objective way and use viability as a metric. How are we ranking them as? Well, they're gonna be invited to all sorts of parties because of Holy Symbol. If that doesn't change, and given that the party EXP, the changes that they're making to EXP being earned in a party setting, if Holy Symbol is still a better way and it just adds on to that general system that's going to be pushed out by developers, if Holy Symbol can earn you more XP, they're still going to be accepted into any type of party setting, right? So that makes them really good. And they're just the only support class, making them the S tier. They're gonna be viable for any type of settings, even if heal is reduced and heal doesn't heal as much. It's still heal. No other class can heal. So given that basic simple fact, they're gonna be S tier no matter what. Like the small changes of reducing the heal, arguably the small changes. I guess you could argue that it's a big change. An MP eater, those things are just gonna make the cleric be a little bit more active and not as passive. But what the cleric offers at the fundamental level doesn't change. It's still a support class. It's the only support class that can heal, dispel, resurrect, buff players. You might have damage characters like Vipers and Shadowers and Marksmen who are secondary to the damage tier, who bring a unique set of buffs and utility skills, but they don't compare to the cleric, you know? So I think no matter what, even with those changes of nerf heal and MP eater being different, clerics are always going to remain at top tier. Now, all of that changes if the metric is how much damage are you doing. Some people say clerics are OP because of Genesis, because of the full map clear, and wizards in general are OP because of that. Well, depending on what metric you use, you're gonna have different tier systems for each class, and everybody enjoys Maple in their own unique way. So giving each class a tier is really difficult, because what's more cool than a 150 Shadow or 150 Fire Poison Mage hanging out at an FM just to socialize with people now? Like, in a social setting in an FM, the more unique, the more rare, the more cool things you can do, the cooler you are. So to them, that's an S tier. You get what I mean? So it's hard to like give a tier to a game like this when how you enjoy the game and how you want to play the game to each player is different, you know, is different to the individual experience. 미국인들에게 제일 인기 있는 직업들은 뭔가요? 한국이랑 똑같이 나이트로드, 보마, 비숍, 다크나이트 인기 많고, 근데 클래식 월드가 나오면서 이제 나오려고 하잖아요, 글로벌 서버에. 근데 많은 얘기들이 보이는데 사람들이 비주류의 직업을 많이 해보고 싶다라는 소리를 많이 듣고 있거든요, 방송하면서. 팔라딘이라든지 사수라든지 이런 직업들을 해보려고 하시는 분들이 많이 보이기는 해요. 그래서 아무래도 이제 어렸을 때는 데미지 제일 높고 다른 사람들이 추천하는 직업을 하게 되는데, 나이가 좀 먹으시니까 그냥 내가 해보고 싶은 거, 내가 어렸을 때 안 해봤던 거, 그런 걸 추구하시는 것 같아요, 사람들이. Yeah, I guess you're right. I meant S tier in sense that everyone will still be picking them. I was just wondering if the popularity of clerics will drop off. Oh, no, I think, ooh, another, look at that. That's a female one, I think. Another item. Crap, I gotta sell it to NPC. I think clerics are gonna still have a higher player base. You gotta understand that when it comes to clerics, it's the only support class, and you'd be shocked to find out how many people love just playing healers and support in general. If nobody played Maplestory before and they come join the game, like let's say they're coming from the WoW community or the RuneScape community or other MMO community, and they want to give classic Maplestory a try. They want to give it a try and see what's it about. There's going to be a healthy amount of people within that category of people that come in and ask the simple question, well, which one's the support class? I want to play support. I want to be a healer. And because there's only one healer in Maplestory, clerics will always have a decent and healthy amount of player base and users that play that class. 형님, 미국에서 태어나서 지금까지 미국에 사셨나요? 아닙니다. 한국에서 태어나서 한국에서 중학교까지 졸업하고 미국으로 온 케이스입니다. 미국으로 이민 온. For Maplestory Classic, I think Night Lords, clerics, and for sure Night Lords and priest will be up at the top two. Now, I don't know if in the top three it's gonna be Bowmasters or like a different class, maybe Dark Knight. But I think it's gonna be just relatively the same. You know, people play what they play, and even with the changes that are coming, you might see an increase of players in bandits because of the new buff they got and attack damage buff that they got, with steel giving them 35 weapon attack damage. I still think it will increase the player base of bandits that originally existed. Let's say like less than 10% of the player base in the game played bandits. It might actually reach 10% now with that buff. I think these changes and stuff, it's not gonna be that grand as people think. People are still gonna flock to which class does the highest damage and which class is the most useful. And people aren't gonna stray too far away from the general consensus, I think. Yeah, I was just kind of worried with the route it seems like they're going with clerics. It seems like they're trying to push them into less of a support role and into more of a damage role, which scares me. That scares me as well. You know, with the whole angel ray hitting multiple targets and giving and reducing the heal and just kind of taking their identity away. But someone made a good point while I was talking about that, because I made a video about clerics and how I think the changes that they're bringing to Maplestory Classic is the wrong approach to classes, and it seems like it's a footstep into the path where each character each character can solo grind and have a viability to just solo grind, and you don't need to be in a party setting. But someone said a really good point, is that Angel Ray, or whatever the arrow that they buffed for clerics, is a second job skill. And what do clerics do before they learn Holy Symbol? They either participate in a party quest, or they solo grind using heal as their main source of damage. And I think he said the developers might be trying to tackle that aspect of the game and that level frame of the game where clerics can feel really boring, where you're just mobbing enemies with heal and only heal. And you never see a cleric use Angel Ray unless it's like shooting at a distance. But because heal is effectively a better mobbing skill, players will just master heal and go to coolies, go to rays, go to heims, wherever it is to grind. And one of my viewer kind of pointed out that maybe it's just to tackle that bandwidth of the gameplay and make it more fun and variable, because you don't really get into a party grind setting as a cleric until you master Holy Symbol. Well, at least that's how it is here in Mapleland, right? All the way up to level 81, you're kind of on your own to figure things out as a cleric. People want you in the party mainly because of Holy Symbol. And if you don't bring Holy Symbol, you don't have enough damage to participate as a damage dealer. You don't have the unique party buff that makes priest a priest, which is Holy Symbol. You're just kind of this like weird character all the way up to level 81, where you're essentially a mage version of the paladin with better mobbing skills, always going for the undead. It's a really boring process because parties won't want you. They'll rather, usually parties here in Mapleland are led by a priest, right? All the parties pre I would say 80, pre 80 is all led. Give me a second. This one's really good. Thank you. It's all being led by a high level priest. And a priest isn't going to accept a cleric into a party in a place where they can accept either an assassin or a bowman or even a warrior. Clerics, I've seen clerics be in a party grind setting in like Path of Time series. At Path of Time 1 and Path of Time, was it Path of Time? Yeah, Path of Time 4, these areas where the chronos exist, because they're undead, a higher than normal level priest can still join and enjoy the party grind setting. But outside of that, most of the time clerics are kind of stuck solo grinding. Holy Arrow is a second job. Yeah, my bad. I get my names mixed up. It's hard to remember these skill names in both English and Korean. And I get it mixed up all the time. But as long as you guys understand what I'm saying, that's all that matters, right? So maybe they're trying to tackle that, you know? Hopefully they're not trying to take away the class identity of clerics by making them into this holy mage warrior type of thing. Hopefully they can remain, hopefully they can get it right. I've played many different versions of Maplestory in my life, and I think the best way is the current system we have here in Mapleland, and this is Mapleland unique as well. A party-centric idea and grinding together always existed in KMS, but the way they have it set up here in Mapleland is very well, it's very well put together. And I would say everybody, the whole user base that play Mapleland adheres to this culture of the priest leading the party, collecting small amount of money from players that are lower level. And it's not a lot of money. It's like sometimes 200,000 mesos, 200,000 mesos or 400,000 mesos. And as you go up in level, these bishops and priests will charge you more money. Like right now, if I wanted to go to Battlefield of, like the Battlefield series of the map here in Liefre where the Kentaurus spawn, the bishop spams FMA Genesis, and the Archmage, like a Blizzard, Ice Lightning, Blizzard Archmages will also spam FMA. If I go into that party, because it costs so much for them to use those big AoE skills, I have to pay about 2 mil per hour. And it's a huge jump from like going from Path of Time series where the party grind is at, where they charge you like, I don't know, few 100,000 mesos, and then you go to Coolies, they charge you about 400 to 700,000 mesos, to all the way up to 1.5 mil, 2 mil. And if you go into like late game, they'll charge you like 3 mil. You know, leeches charge more. Essentially, you know, they have a system in game where it's not too difficult for lower level players to participate in a party with the help of a priest. Let's see. I think the biggest takeaway you can for sure see is that they're trying to take away the massive advantage clerics have of every other class, which is the money making and no potion usage. Which I'm okay with as long as they're not trying to erase their identity as a support class and trying to go a post Big Bang route with them. Oh, I hope not, man. It would be very silly of them to do that like right away. Maybe like 3-4 years down the line and Maplestory Classic is essentially dying and they need to do, you know, they need to like inject some steroid into the game to give the game, like bring the game back to life. Maybe they'll be like, hey, experience Big Bang all over again. Everybody's a mage, everybody's flying around, teleporting. You don't have to play the game, you're just an observer of the game. You know, like drastic things like that won't happen until they see player bases dwindling down and they have to take drastic measures to revive the game essentially before it really dies. Probably plenty of people that expect Holy Symbol to still be good as well. I hope they just nuke it for the health of the game, not to have things that give more EXP mesos. 혹시 다크나이트는 왜 선택하셨나요? 다크나이트는 게임 시작할 때 제가 원래 다크나이트를 안 하려고 했어요. 성격상 비주류 클래스를 좋아하는 타입이라 팔라딘 아니면 히어로를 해본 적이 없어서 히어로를 해보려고 했거든요, 육성을. 다크나이트는 예전에 키워본 경험이 있어서 꺼리고 있었는데 친척 동생이 저보고 제발 히어로는 하되 팔라딘은 하지 말라고. 근데 그 시기에 또 친척 동생이 프리스트를 키우고 있었는데 저보고 다크나이트를 키우래요. 그러면 같이 다크나이트와 프리스트는 합이 잘 맞으니까 사냥도 같이 다니고, 그래서 아 그래 그럼 나 다크나이트 키워볼게 하고 다크나이트를 키우게 된 거예요. Cubes again, if that happens. The only way I can see player base really dwindling to a dead raid is lack of content. Even on classic private servers you have a consistent player base. It really depends on how often they add content. Players like to stay engaged. If they take too long and add events and stuff, people will get bored. So there's a fine line with that too, right? Like if you release too much content all in a short span of time, you will eventually stray away from what old school Maplestory was, and you will create a new game. If they can really balance themselves nice on that string and not fall and turn it into a completely different game that we don't recognize anymore, that's fine. But my thing is, the way you can approach that problem, the way I would approach that problem is how they do it here in Mapleland. Big content releases like Zakum Raid and Horntail Raid and Pink Bean Raid and new continental releases take time. They take a lot of time to release those things. Usually about a year or so for those big updates. or maybe 6 months. I think Horntail was the biggest release they had in Mapleland. Prior to, they just released New Leaf City, and I think they're on a path to release Von Leon Castle. And players are going to hunt Bigfoot now here in KMS, and they're trying to get the silver deputy star badge and all this, and they're engaged in this new continent. But something like that hasn't released since Horntail. Horntail released a year ago, just to give you some perspective. And now a year later, they're releasing New Leaf City and the contents within New Leaf City. And maybe here 6 months to a year from now, they'll release Timeless Temple with Pink Bean, and that will all take a very long time, and they will push it out intermittently over the course of time. I understand what you mean, that the game, what you're saying, Exotic, is that the game needs to feel alive for people to be engaged. And the way you can go about doing that is, again, taking the example from Mapleland and the way they do it, which is in between those big patch updates, they release minor events that are specific to that season or that time of year, whatever it is. They release events to make the game feel like it's alive, and it's going through the progression, the seasonal progression of just time in general in real life. For example, back in Halloween, they had a Halloween event, and shortly after that, maybe a week or two later, they had a 2nd year anniversary event, and a few weeks after that, they had a Halloween event. And all these events, they're nothing crazy that's game breaking. They never released items. I've noticed that since playing Mapleland, is that when they hold these events, they don't release items that are game breaking or game altering by any means. Most of the time what they do in these events, it's very much more childlike and like innocent. For Halloween, they just gave out Halloween candies that drop from monsters that you could pick up. They had the Haunted Mansion. You guys remember that? They released Haunted Mansion, and you could go around doing puzzles. And once you were done, you would get an item that was limited time, or an aesthetic item that was permanent that you could hold with you. For example, I believe from the Haunted Mansion or from the Halloween event, I received this the witch's staff, or the witch's broom, right? This is from the Halloween event. What essentially is this? It's a level 10 one-handed sword. You can't sell it, you can't trade it. It's your unique item that has it's a one-hand sword, level 10, has 40 attack and 5 movement speed. And I've noticed that these event items that they release all have some sort of a movement speed buff to them. And this is a Mapleland 2nd year anniversary flagpole that I got. Again, once in a time item. You can't trade, you can't sell it. It's a one-handed sword that's at level 0. But if you were there to participate in that event, you got an item like this that you can't ever get again. And I think that type of framework to do events in the game is the correct way. Give out aesthetic items, give out items that are limited time, so maybe 4 years down the line when Mapleland is still going, you can whip it out and people are like, no way, you have the 2nd year anniversary item from 4 years ago. We're on year 6 now, but you have that item. Wow, man, that's cool. As long as they don't release the same looking item on the 3rd year anniversary and the 4th year, and they can make these items distinct and unique and let other players know, oh, that's that item. It adds an element of, like you're collecting things and that you were there. It makes the gameplay more fun. You know what? You guys know what I mean, right? So during Halloween event as well, aside from doing the Haunted Mansion, you could grind like you do every day, and I think this is very important as well. You didn't stray too far away from the gameplay that you were doing, and majority of the player base is gonna want to grind and level up and progress in the game through that way. Of course, you'll have people that want to hang out at FM and just to, you know, just hang out with their friends, and that's fine too. But for people like me and majority of the players who grind during the Halloween event and second year anniversary event, they had quests that you didn't have to go to the town to accept. It would just pop up on your screen, like, you know, the little light bulbs that pop up on the side of your screen in Maplestory. You click those light bulbs and it would trigger an event quest where just by grinding, just by doing the things that you already always do, these monsters will drop items that you can collect and turn the quest in via the light bulb system on the left. And most of the time, I'm not okay with quality of life systems like that. Like if it was just a regular quest that I had to do, I appreciate the time that it takes for me to get to point A to point B. I'm not a big fan of like QOL unless like it's really like I'm a fan of QOL with certain things, but most of the time I think QOL is what makes the game feel too small, and there's a lot of bad things with QOLs. And people love to talk about quality of life updates that need to be brought and stuff like that, but you got to be really careful with QOL too, because it'll change your experience when you play the game. But when it comes to like little event quests like this though, if you had to go to a town to turn in your quest every single time you completed a quest, it just becomes a chore, and I think most people wouldn't do it. But because you're already doing the things that you already do while you're playing the game, and there's an event going on with things that you can accept and complete with the click of a button, and you earn, I don't know, like a cool buff or like 10 minutes, or it'll give out 2x experience coupons that for 15 minutes that you have to use within 3 days. I think that's a good way to fill in the gap in the time. You know, I think the way Mapleland handles events is a really smart and good way. Do you think the game would be healthier without maple weapons? At least initially anyway. There's a lot of speculation it's going to launch with maple weapons as celebratory launch event. Maple events were OP because of what, right? They didn't require a secondary stat most of the time. You could go dexless sin and still wear maple weapons and stuff. And I think that still exists. Let me look at my maple spear. Yeah, see, these guys don't have these guys, if you look at it, my maple spears, they don't have a requirement for dex or even strength for that matter. Now I understand the concern that when you release, especially for assassins, because dexless assassins are so strong, if you release something like maple weapons, a lot of people will forego the normal build and just go dexless all the way. And I understand the concern and stuff, and maybe people will do it, but hopefully they release, if they're releasing maple weapon as a like a celebratory launch item, hopefully it's just for cosmetics. It doesn't have any significance on the progression of your character. I think they should really try to drag out Victoria Island for a while. Would be boring if we get all continents and third and fourth job instantly. I agree. I think they should have a slow progression and slow releases like they did in Mapleland. And a lot of people in Mapleland talk about the initial launch of Mapleland and how innocent and pure it was. That while you're killing cold eyes in the dungeon in Victoria Island, they drop ices for throwing stars, and even ices had value. You know, they don't have value anymore because now people are throwing at least steelies, if not ilbies. But back in the day, every little drop you got in the game was meaningful, and it had a market. You got a level 50 warrior top from farming drakes in the dungeon. Those are gonna have an economy. That's gonna have a market of its own of players that are willing to buy that. What I like with Artale, What I liked with Artale did before I quit was they gave a medal that would give +3 to all stats until the event ended and took the stats away but still have the medal. Exactly, I think that's really good. That's pretty cool. What made Maple Weapon so good for Warrior as well was the accuracy. 100%. The accuracy is what made the Maple Weapon so good for Warriors, especially me. Before I got to this level, my Maple Spears, you guys probably, if you can read Korean, you'll be able to see. These Maple Weapons have 20 accuracy. This one has 25 accuracy attached to it. And there's a huge difference when you hit a miss on an enemy and when you don't. Because warriors are usually slower than other characters, they hit hard. One miss is detrimental to warriors. And if you hit miss, and in a party setting you hit miss, people are gonna raise eyebrows in the party and start chatting if there's too many misses coming up, because now you're holding the entire party back. So miss on a warrior is detrimental, and accuracy is almost like a secondary stat on warrior. I would say it's either accuracy or movement speed. That's like the secondary stat for warriors in Maplestory. I'm glad you guys are talking amongst yourself. That's really nice to see. Maybe we can all play Maplestory Classic together and, you know, have a giant guild of people with my viewers. Okay. That requirement, basically all gear for classes have been changed. I doubt stat list will be a thing anymore, even if we get Maple Weapons. I did hear about that as well, that, you know, there's a lot of speculation going on people are fearful, but it's one of those things. Again, once the game comes out, we'll know a little bit more, but right now it's hard to tell how the game's gonna be. I think a lot of people agree that HP washing was bad, and in that same type of topic of conversation, I do think going dexless builds or secondary list stat builds, whether it's bowmen with strength, warriors with dex, thieves with dex, mages with luck, foregoing those stats and going straight for their primary stat, I think it's not good for the game, because everybody's gonna look the same. Everybody's gonna have that classic iconic bathrobe on with Sakum helm, and you know, everybody's gonna look the same, and I don't want that to happen. I would rather see each class in their defensive set that the game has already designed and the illustrators have designed. I want to see classes in their unique, distinct outfit. That'd be fun. Same, my wife and I played together. Which guild were you guys in? You guys are talking about Artale. Delete it and play Rogue. No, I don't think I want to play Rogue. Rogue seems too boring. I'm sure I'll enjoy it when I play, but there's gonna be a huge part of me that is it's not gonna sit right, because I know rogues are so popular. I join your guild 100%. Yeah, you're gonna have a pretty big guild. I think a lot of people want to join. If my friends are still up to play it, depending on when this game releases, right? Because they've been waiting since December, November even. Who knows if they'll still have the same sentiment, that yearning to play a new MMO when the game actually releases. But let's say they do. That's 10 people plus already, like, for example, Saga, who's one of my viewer, told me he really wants to join the guild and play with me, and you know, that's 11, and then a few other people join. And initially when you make a guild, I think 50 is the limit, so I don't think I'm gonna have more than 50 people that join the guild when the game comes out, so I think we'll be fine. Is 100 the limit? I thought it was 50. Yeah, when you first make the guild, our guild has 120. But when you first make the guild, I believe it's 50. And then you can spend meso to increase it to... You know what would be really fun? Like, if you guys all still play if you guys all play Maplestory Classic and we all get into the game. One, because you guys are my viewers, I know a lot of you guys share the same sentiment and thought process of how to enjoy the game, right? So I'm gonna be one of that person. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna be a raid. Like, it's gonna be a lot of my shoulders with everything going on to become a raid leader and be in charge of raids like Zakum and Horntail. Maybe I'll try. Maybe I'll take that responsibility on my shoulder and kind of organize it and stuff. But let's go beyond that. Let's say it's happening because we're all like-minded in one way or another. It's gonna be so fun and unique to see Ice Lightning Archmages or Paladins or these different classes come into Zac and play the game that way. I'm looking forward to that the most, because personally I want to play a crossbowman, and I don't mind taking a shadower or like other sub meta, secondary meta classes to Zakum and grind together. I'm looking forward to that the most. I have that experience, because you can take all Night Lords and make the run really easy, make it damage centric, but it's more fun, and it's just, there's a sense of adventure and a sense of innocence when you take an Ice Lightning Mage and he's using Chain Lightning on Zakum. on the you get to see different effects and stuff, right? So I think it'll be really fun. 하사하는 게 더 좋지 않나요? 하사하는 게 더 좋기는 한데, 한번 해볼까요? 심심한데. 그냥 소통하면서 천천히 즐기고 있었는데 물약이 좀 많이 빨리기는 하네요 지금. Jupes, I would love to play with you. I love your vibe. Do you have any long-term bossing plans and stuff like that? Because I plan to go all the way. I love Maplestory. So if you're asking me if I'm gonna play for a long time, yeah, I'll probably play for a long time. I'm already playing Maple Land for a long time. There isn't any other game, unless there's a new game that comes out that really captivates me and that can give me this sense of playstyle, this playstyle that Maple Land does. I'm here to stay. I just have too much nostalgic value, emotional value to Maplestory, and it all works together in conjunction with the fun gameplay that I'm looking for me to just get up and leave out of nowhere. I've been playing this game for 4 months, and I've been streaming for a little over a year now, and not once has this felt dreading. It's really easy to just kind of get into the zen and the flow state of things and listen to some nice music and talk with people and do my own thing. Let me see if there's a party. Actually, I don't think I'll party, because I love chatting. I think it'll take away my experience right now with you guys if I get into a party setting. I need grinders in my circle because it keeps me motivated. Glad you said Shads, because I'm a Shadower main. There you go. I think Shadowers are one of the coolest classes. They really are. Their gameplay is super interactive, and that's why my secondary class is a bandit, because I want to eventually play a Shadower. I'm skeptical though, because from my experience, Giga Grinder guilds and Maple are extremely toxic. We just keep our distance from toxic people, you know? I like to think the best way to approach any negativity is by distance. That's the best way. You never confront, you never face it face value. And some people say, well, that's too beta, you know? As a man, you should stand up and face other people that are toxic. Well, I think you're a bigger man, and a bigger person, I shouldn't say a man, you're a bigger person when you can walk away from a toxic situation and not let your ego get in the way to elevate the situation to the next level, or feed into it and take it to confrontation. So when there's like toxic guilds or toxic players, usually I ignore and I walk away, and they don't bother you when you do that. I don't enjoy toxic vibes. I don't either. Some are cool. I just sit and grind while. I came the wrong. Fighting toxicity with more toxicity, like fanning flames to a fire. You know what you're talking. It just makes you look both childish. Yeah, and do you think leeching will be allowed in classic Maplestory? I think so. I don't know how they're gonna combat leeching per se. I think it'll still be allowed, but maybe they'll make changes as the game goes on to prohibit that. Like they're having that issue here in Maple Land too. This game is overall like a really nice game and very fun to play. Second. But they're having issues trying to figure out how to deal with the Gobi leeches right now. They're trying to deal with the Gobi leeches, and they're trying different methods to kind of kill that type of gameplay. And you know, they're making like really interesting decisions to to kill the clerics and the bishops and other type of high level players that are trying to essentially make a living, a real life living out of this game, hurting the economy. And we'll see how it goes. I think they did make a pretty big dent, because what players would do here in Maple Land, they would, you know, a lot of players will just spend a lot of money and leech themselves all the way up to level 100, 120. I don't know how far Gobies will take you. I personally never did it. I thought it was extremely boring. But they leached themselves up to a high level area, and it had a huge effect in the economy, in the in-game economy. And the developers have pushed at least 3 to 4 updates since I've been playing this game, or patches, trying to combat the brokenness of Gobi leech. I think they implemented a new rule right now where it's like, if you gotta be within 5 levels of the monster level, or you earn a reduced EXP, something like that. I can't remember. I wouldn't count on leeching being a thing at all. Well, in the beginning, especially when we first start playing Maplestory Classic, nobody's gonna have the money or the levels to be leeched. So when we go in as initial players, and we start playing the game, there isn't gonna be a bishop or an archmage that can leech us for a sum of money. Everybody's gonna be on a fresh, clean slate, level together. Maybe in the future players will figure out, and people always do. People always figure out ways to make money and become lucrative and creative. And I'm sure they'll figure out a way in the future. But for now, at least, they won't. Those type of things won't exist. I'll tell you something about toxic guilds, because you said a lot of heavy grinders in Maplestory tend to be toxic, and they get into a guild and all this stuff. You can just keep your distance from them. You know, that's the way I see it. Here in Maple Land, there's a guild that specifically is meant for people that don't advance them. Like, it's essentially a beginner's guild, right? They stay in the beginner island, and there's like at least 30-40 players from what I saw. I watched a short clip, and there's a guild where they're all beginners, ranging from level 1 to like 50-60, I think was the highest I saw. And even within that, there's like a subcategory of beginners that they not only are they just staying in the beginner island, some people only kill the stone balls in the beginning area. You guys know that little stone ball that you have to hit? It says control above it, and it gives like 1 EXP. They give like 1 EXP, and it says control, and you keep hitting them. They literally, in the guild, you know how in the guild you can give your character you can give the character like a name within the guild or a position, and you can come up with like the name of that position. So some of these guys that only stay in the map number 1 where the stone balls are at, they're given like the name stone ball. And these guys only grind at stone balls. They don't go grind the snails. They don't go grind they don't go grind the mushrooms or the spores. They literally sit there and just mob on the 1 EXP giving stone balls all the way up till God knows how long. And people, why am I bringing this up out of nowhere when we're talking about toxic guilds and people being heavy grinders? Those people are enjoying the game in a very different way than you and I could ever imagine. To me, I feel like it's I just cannot understand that mental headspace at all. You know, like I don't understand what's enjoyable about that. I don't know what the satisfaction is. It's just it's so different from me as a person, what they're enjoying, that I can't even empathize or like try to sympathize with their gameplay. And those guys, I'm sure, like you could categorize them as toxic if you're walking by them and you hit their stone ball or whatever it is. I'm sure they can get very sensitive, because to you it might be nothing. It might be just a quest monster that has no meaning. You're just trying to clear the beginner quest and go to the next map and get to level 10. To them, it's their main training ground and their main source of fun in the game, and their main purpose in the game is to grind that stone ball over and over again until they hit level 200, I guess. There's a chance there's no spammable mage ults. I wouldn't count on leeching. Realistically, if what he said is true and they really are reworking the mage ultimates, nothing they could replace it with it will be as good. The entire class is going to suck in comparison. I had an old buddy in Maplestory. He was pretty like aggressive and didn't seem to want to talk to anyone, but he opened up later on and he was a very interesting person. We became friends after that. I remember we farmed Yeti and Pepe together, and we gave each other class specific gear and scrolls as gift. That's really nice to hear. You took your time with him. Most people, when the initial most people, when they meet someone, right, that initial experience of meeting that person, in the first 5 minutes people kind of form a judgment, and if they aren't pleasant to be around, most people won't give people second chances. But it sounds like you gave him multiple chances and you worked his walls down, which is really admirable in a way, because I sometimes find myself not having the patience to get to know people. And partially it's because I'm an introvert too. I like spending time alone more than anything. But it sounds like you did a really good job breaking his walls down and becoming close friends. Very good of you. Can you guys tell me if I am also streaming on YouTube Shorts right now? Does anybody know, like, if they found my stream in YouTube Shorts? Because I cannot get that thing to work, man. It's... You found it? You found what? Like right now? During today, you found my YouTube Shorts live? Like you found me streaming in YouTube Shorts? Oh, a couple of days ago. Yeah. Some days it works, some days it's like... I turn it on, but it doesn't trigger. At least that's what my YouTube says. That I'm only streaming on the landscape view to people that are on desktop, PC, or even on their phone, but they have to scroll down. And it's another element of exposure that I can have if they can find my live just kind of flicking through shorts like TikTok. That's how I found you when I got home from work yesterday, was scrolling on YouTube. Were you on the home page or the shorts page? Shorts. Okay. Yeah, these types of people, I find that they are very kind people on a deeper level. If you give most people a chance and break down their barriers, a lot of people have kindness in their heart. Some people just have an easier time showing that to people than other people. You know, we all come from, especially when you get to our age, like 30 or 40 or 50, you've lived life long enough that you probably went through at least one trauma, if not more, and those experiences shape us, and it makes it hard for older people to really open up unless they were able to really come to peace with that trauma and like move past it. Most people have their walls up pretty high, you know, until they get to know you. And the hard and the challenging part and the time consuming part is breaking those walls down to get to actually know the person. He didn't like this fake friendship where people stop talking to each other or not interested in each other once the level discrepancy became an issue. They have no use for them. I remember him telling me that. Oh, yeah, you could tell he's definitely has some trauma in his life, where like maybe abandonment issues or something. But you know, I could totally relate. It's just you come to a point where you realize that it's not personal. It's just how people are. It's just how we act. We meet people in that moment, in that specific instant of your life, whether it's in game or it's in real life. We meet people at parties, at clubs. When you go to EDM, you meet new people, and you're just enjoying each other's presence in that moment, or in that bandwidth of a time that you're at an event for. And after that, you know, people just go on about each other's day. You can't hold people accountable, and you can't make people feel guilty for not checking in on you after you've had an experience. You know, at some point you gotta like let your ego within you die and realize that you're probably not that special or interesting, and people meet people all the time. So for people to keep in touch with you, you know, sometimes you have to do that work if you really find someone interesting. Generally that's not a personal thing ever. It's really just how life is. You meet people for a moment, and some people become long-term life friends, and some people don't. Very momentary, and it was a pleasure to meet them for that moment, and you kind of go on about your life. You guys are talking about classes. You want to go bandit, Sten, crossbowman. You guys are taking all the classes I want to play. What am I supposed to play? I'll probably play a hero then. We'll see. I have a feeling even within my friend group, not a lot of people are going to want to play hero. I think a lot of my friends want to play bandits right now. Yo, Daspula, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Daspula's going sin. I told you. I think somebody in my viewer asked me, do I think the class popularity will change or it will be altered due to the changes and stuff? And I don't think so. I think people are going to stick to what they know and play what they want to play, which is most of the time it's going to be assassin being number one. A lot of people love playing assassin, right? For good reason. It's extremely fun to play. The way you can abuse and manipulate in-game physics, awesome. And you'll have clerics and dark knights up at the top as well. And then you'll have people like Mike and Exotic and myself who will fill in that minority of the population that plays off-meta classes like crossbowmen, bandits, but it's really up to the players to make use of those classes, especially like bandit. When Zakum first comes out, everybody will, I don't even know if fourth job will exist by then. It might just be third job advancement and you have to go to Zakum as third job advancement. And really up to the players to make use of shadowers with smokescreen and paladins with sanctuary and fire poison mages. You can make an argument that these off-meta classes have a viability in these raids. And most people will just tell you no. The best thing to do is just go 7 Night Lords, 1 Bowman, like 1 Cleric and 2 Dark Knight. That's the best way. You're gonna kill it the quickest. But it's true, but you know, you can still, you don't, just because you're gonna clear Zach 5 minutes faster, you don't need to forego and skip all the experience that game has to offer, all the cool features and different classes that can participate in a raid, just for you to clear Zakum, what, 5-10 minutes faster? I just don't see the appeal in that. Like, why do we need to water everything down and turn it, like, at the end of the day, we're not speedrunning. Nobody's giving us money to clear Zakum any faster. It's probably more fun and time probably goes by faster when you have different classes in there doing all sorts of different things that they do in their classes, and go in Zakum and stuff and see a shadower. Like, if you've never seen a shadower in their 4th job advancement, have him put down smokescreen, right? Everybody gets a turn of a spotlight. Shadower puts down a smokescreen. I guarantee you some people have probably never seen that or experienced that, and they're gonna be like, whoa, what is this? That's really cool, man. Like, what does it do? You get a little spotlight. You have a little fun. Introduction of other characters and stuff. And then you have a paladin. Like, I'm gonna go through some instances where these classes can have a moment of spotlight on them. A paladin can use sanctuary to all these like annoying flying spawning mobs, and just turn their HP into essentially a grain of rice. And you flick them and they're dead. You guys know what sanctuary does, what the paladin's sanctuary does, right? It essentially turns all non-boss or raid monsters HP into 1, and it's a huge AoE skill. It has a pretty big like area where the enemies could be hit. Heaven's Hammer, exactly. And it'll turn all the monsters HP into 1. And then you have Chain Lightning that can come in with as an Archmage, clear those out really quick. Because most of the time what happens if you just take Night Lords and Bowmen, they only have high single target damages. And those little mobs can get in the way, and they stack at the top of the screen. And sometimes they stack so much, it'll actually kick you out of the game because, you know, the game is an old game. And when it has too many mobs in a map, the game will start getting buggy and glitchy. And there's a possibility of it kicking you out. But someone like even Fire Poison Mage farting at the top of the map, putting some poison down, and then you use sanctuary, intermittently, these guys can clear that out and no problem. You really have to look at the game through a different set of lens, and that lens can't be efficiency and yeah, it can't be efficiency. It really has to be more innocent and childlike and enjoying the game for what it offers. And at the end of the day, if you clear Zach 15 minutes slower, does that really make a difference? Like, is it a huge achievement that you cleared a boss 15 minutes faster, taking all Bowmans and Night Lords? We have fixated so hard on that we lost touch. Archmages do a lot of damage too, so does fire poison mages. Fire poison mages at 4th job level, they have this skill that shoots out it's a single target damage, but it does decent amount of damage, so they're very much viable too. Shadowers are gonna have smokescreen. Paladins will have Heaven's Hammer that will give them, like, people will be like, oh, that's pretty cool. Archmages will have Chain Lightning. You'll see like lightning zipping from arm to arm or from mob to mob. What else is there? Like, crossbowmen will use strafe in the midst of all the hurricanes. That looks very exciting and fun. They'll use snipe every 10 seconds that will do max damage, and people will be like, oh man, that's a lot of damage. You'll have different time. It won't become this dull repetition of pressing down one button for hyper efficiency and just losing the sense that you're playing a game. It turns into a factory almost. It turns into a job, and I just don't want to be caught up in that. I don't care that if Zakun takes 30 minutes compared to 15 minutes for me to clear. I would rather take people that are chill, fun to play with, and also another thing is I want to feel a sense of challenge. If I can kill Zach in 15 minutes, was it really a raid? Is it really a raid-worthy boss? I would argue no, but if you go in a group of non-meta classes, and you guys are all hovering around level 120, I guarantee you that Zach will feel like a raid boss, and essentially opens up an opportunity for Shadowers to use smokescreen to save the party. When do you get the most satisfaction and a sense of purpose as a shadower? Is when you use smokescreen to save a party that's falling apart by the wrath of Zakun. Are you making a guild in Classic? Yes, I am. Chain Lightning is nice to reliably get rid of spawn mobs. 100%. One of my friends always goes Pally, and I always ask him if he hates himself. Oh my god, dude. Paladins are really cool, They're really strong too. They got buff in Mapleland, and I think they're gonna be viable. Really good class in Maplestory Classic. Paladins are the class that needs an overhaul the most too. It's mainly what I hate about playing on private servers. They optimize the hell out of boss fights. Exactly. I don't like that either. We don't have to always push for optimization. And that comes down to the group of people that you hang around with and play with. There's so many people that are against the idea of optimization, but because it's so main culture, and it's already placed itself and cemented itself in the main culture, most people that don't want to enjoy the game that way, and they really want to enjoy the game as a game, it almost feels wrong for you to speak up and say, hey, I think we're fine taking Ice Lightning Mage. Hey, I think we're fine if we take Fire Poison. I think we'll be okay. You get ostracized so quick, and people start talking about how you don't know how to play the game, and that's not the right way, you don't know what you're doing. So the most important thing is surrounding yourself with players that are like-minded and that want to enjoy the game for what it is, which is a game. Hyper-optimized raids just feels like chore and super serious. Exactly. If the raid's purpose, the developer's intent when they made raids is for you to have a challenge, is for you to overcome a challenge with a bunch of people that go in there and enjoy the experience for what it is and get really nice loot at the end. the whole sense of, you know, the whole sense of accomplishment comes after a strenuous fight. If you can just beat the hell out of Zakun like a punching bag, and you just, there's no sense of, you know, like, there's no sense of game, quote unquote game, in that raid. It really feels like a chore. It's really mundane and a chore. Everybody knows the pattern. Hey, if I die, oh, Bishop, resurrect me, I'll be okay, it's fine. Just keep attacking, keep holding down Hurricane and triple throw, we'll get through it in about 7 minutes. Whereas, you know, oh, Shadower, put down smoke screen real quick. Our Archmage went down. We need to get him up because his magic guard fell. Hey, make sure you have your magic guard up. When the mob spawn, use Chain Lightning. And by the way, Fire Poison Mage, go up to the top and spray some Poison Mist a little bit, so when the mobs spawn, they'll start taking AoE, not AoE, but dot damage over time damage. And then in the next turn, we'll use Paladin's Heavenly Hammer with Chain Lightning to clear it fast. Oh, also Poison Lightning Mage, put some poison near the Zac, so he's taking DOT damage over time, dot damage. All these things is what makes the game fun and interesting. If you just take like few classes because they're the most optimized, the hyper whatever, you're trying to like make a world record, break the world record on killing Zac, then of course you're gonna take the strongest class in the game, strongest single target hitting class in the game. Each party definitely needs a DK and a priest. Zakum is actually doable with third job raid. Yeah, you do. You can do Zakum with third job. Just third job. They did it here in Maple Land. When Zakum first came out, they didn't have fourth job advancement in this server, and they did it. It took them hours to do it, but they definitely did it. And I think they optimized too. So when that comes out, maybe we'll pick a day that everybody, well, not everybody, because it's gonna be a lot of people. Like, I think a lot of people are going to be in the guild, maybe 30-40 people. We're going to find a time where people can get together, like an adequate time where majority of the people are okay with, and we'll take a group of people in there that are like level 100, 110, 120, and we'll see what we can do. That's the whole point of the game, right? Like, what's the worst that can happen? You die in the raid and you lose some EXP. It's fine, you know, the whole experience is a lot more fun. The whole experience is enjoyable and the time will fly by anyway. And because we don't have fourth job advancement yet when Zakum comes out, people are going to be on their toes and people are going to be sweating a little bit. And that's what fun is. When Zakum actually feels like a raid boss and not just like a sandbag that you can punch every day for twice a day. How did he die? I don't know. I think he didn't have magic card or something. I don't know the Showa Town raid. We went from awesome raid to raid. I remember at the start of Maple Legends when Zac runs took like 3 hours, if not a bit more. Now I think people can clear in 20-30 minutes. That sounds about right. When it first comes out, it'll take us a few hours to clear it. But over time, eventually, as we level up into like higher levels and fourth job comes out, even if we don't optimize, Zakum will only take about 30-40 minutes. Max 1 hour, right? We'll go as a guild called Off Meta. Maybe that'll be our guild name. We have a bunch of fire poison mages, like PvP warriors stacked up in our guild. Ice lightning mages going to Zac. You got paladins with one hand sword and one hand shield doing blocks for no reason at raid. Just to be cool, you know, they're blocking Zakum's attack, guarding it or whatever. And then you have like two-handed axe warriors, two-handed axe heroes doing brandish with blood damage, and you got fire poison doing damage over time, so you got dots ticking. You know, maybe that'll be our theme for the guild. You got the Shadower in there, and he's just being a goofball, and he assaulters into Zakum and he dies like the first 2 minutes. accidentally. Like, we're not gonna be trolling, but I'm just thinking of funny scenarios that could happen. Most of the time, Shadowers, when they go to Zach, they're doing most of the time Shadowers and Zach usually use Boomerang Step. Savage Blow, you really have to kind of be careful with, because the reach is so short. If you body hit Zach, I think you can die. Sometimes Zakum's body only hits like couple thousand, sometimes it hits like tens of thousands. I don't know why that is. I'm so tempted to go Axe Crusader, but starting melee doesn't sound fun to me. Yeah, I mean, I love melee classes. I think melee classes are... Like Axe, I think the damage over time bleed effect that the Crusaders and Heroes will get is a really cool implementation. And I just love being melee. I love being ranged too, but there's a little itch that gets satisfied when I play melee character. If guard also gives you knockback resist, it's probably gonna be good. Yeah, but if guard gives you knockback resist in conjunction with stance that you get at 4th job and you never get knocked back, you have less damage delays, so, you know, it could be good. I think the most important thing when it comes to paladins with shield build is gonna be that they can actually guard the damage. The stance effect is nice, and damage mitigation is nice too, but the fact that they can actually guard certain hits, almost like like assassin or bandits, fake, the skill fake in their 4th job, I think that's going to be the coolest effect that will get implemented into using a shield. Zach definitely needs warriors. What are we gonna do without Crash? Can you even pin bosses without a bowmaster? Need around 20-30k to pin damage. Oh, you guys are still talking about the show. Gotcha. I'm so tempted to go Axe Crusader. You should. But if you are more of a ranged character and you like to be far away, then you gotta play that. You can make multiple characters, screw it, just make multiple. As long as a character has some party-centric benefit, I will probably end up playing it. Hopefully they keep that balance, that delicate balance intact, that every class has a unique party buff or something they bring to the party. If it's not damage, it has to be utility in a way, and let the party, let each individual be useful in one way or another, whether that's through utility buffs as a party or through high hitting damage, one way or another. It will give people a sense of purpose, I feel. And even though that the playstyle that I'm gonna push for in my guild, I don't really care if you have a party buff or not. I think it's nice to get everybody together and just play all together. It might take a little bit more time, but for me, it's fine. I don't mind. Like, grinding has never been an issue for me anyway. Like, I can sit and grind for a long time. I can sit and grind a mob for a long time. As long as I'm engaged with other people and like we're actively talking, I kind of enter into a zen state. I don't really feel the time pass. Never really played Bowman before. Are they pretty good for bosses like marksman? Marksmans are good for bosses, so I'll tell you a little bit about marksmen, and since we've been talking about Zakun, I will tell you the story of how an ex-bowman did the most damage at Zakun and the way he did it. He went in a party, he was like level 160 marksman, he's a YouTuber, I was watching him. If it takes a little bit more work on your end as a marksman, right, because bowmasters, they have a single target damage, and it hits pretty hard, although the damages aren't like crazy flashy or high, due to how quickly the damage is being due to how quickly the skill is being fired at. Like Hurricane fires 5 to 7 shots per second. Due to its speed, each individual damage that applies to the monster is not that high, and it's also a single target damage. But if you have a marksman with piercing arrow mastered and snipe mastered, you can position yourself on a platform where the warriors usually sit at, and you snipe, and there's an area where you can hit all 6 arms at once with a piercing arrow. And intermittently, you put in snipe on top of that to hit the arm right in front of you. You can get the most EXP out of those arms. Now, in the main body part, it's going to be a little tough, but you still have a better time than bowmans when all these spawns are flying around, right? And there's a dimension of gameplay with marksmen that marksmen have that bowmans just unfortunately don't. So with bowmans, you just kind of sit there and press one button, give sharp eyes. That's about it. They're very dull too. They're kind of like not as nimble as Night Lord, so it's kind of boring. And you can't move while you're shooting Hurricane. You have to kind of control, like move Hurricane, move Hurricane, move Hurricane, you know, kind of like pressing buttons one after another to be able to control your character. I think that's I don't want that to change. I think moving and shooting Hurricane is not a good thing. But anyway, that's a different point. Marksmans though, they have an added dimension to the gameplay. Like if you really wanted to like play your character to the fullest, you would use strafe. Like let's say it's a single target damage now at Zakun. You would use strafe, and every 5 to 10 seconds, depending on what the cooldown is for your snipe, you would use snipe intermittently. So there's 2 layers, and then if there's no other bowman or marksman in the party, you have to make sure your entire party is always up with sharp eyes. So I would say there's like 3 responsibilities or 3 levels and dimensions of your gameplay that keeps you pretty engaged, compared to, like, let's say for a bowman, all you do is just sit in the back and press down one button. Clerics heal you, clerics dispel you, your pet is eating potions for you. You're just kind of sitting there pressing, like, let's say your Hurricane is on the button A. You're pressing down A and just watching the game play itself. And again, if you're the unique archer in the party, you have to keep sharp eyes up. But what other responsibilities do you really have? And that was my main criticism for bowmans in Maplestory Classic and just old school Maplestory in general, is that they seem too dull. After a while, their gameplay becomes very stale and boring, compared to the marksman, whose game style and gameplay is a little bit more involved and active. People fantasize about Hurricane, and when they hit 120, oh, I get to learn Hurricane, it's gonna be so fun. It's fun for like the first few levels, but you realize that it's extremely boring, and knowing that you only have that one skill for the rest of the game until you hit 200 or up to 200 can have a huge mental impact in your longevity on how long you're going to play the game. That's what happened to me. This is an anecdotal experience, but I think I'm making a fair point that maybe bowmans and bowmasters could have one more element, one more dimension in their gameplay where the players can be a little bit more active and engaged with the playstyle of bowmans. Just a little too dull for me. Did they have SI? I feel like the ice abilities that marksmen get are a lot better than the fire abilities bowmasters get. 100%. Fire arrow on bowmans, they don't master that skill. Bowmasters do not master fire arrow. It's like the last skill that they raise, and I think it only gets about either 12 points or 21 points. There's just no use for them. You could go to a mobbing ground. I'm sure it's an elemental damage, and maybe the initial developer's intent was to give some elemental attack and affinity to the bowmans, and that was fire. But they completely disregarded the fact that ice arrow on a marksman frees enemies, and it gives an element of a CC and allows you to save potions. Granted, like the archers are already really good at micromanaging their space and keeping enemies back. Ice shot is just one more thing that you can use in your utility, in your skill book, that can enhance what you already do best at. Like archers most of the time don't have a hard time keeping enemies back with their puppet and their eagle that stuns enemies and arrow boom that stuns enemies. But there's some times when I've seen, especially here where I'm killing the sheeps, from the second platform I can always see what's going on the third platform, but they can't see down here, right? And when I see upstairs to the third platform, I see marksmen and rangers partying up here and there, and almost always marksmen have an easier time grinding and mobbing than the bowmans do. I've seen a bowman that came here kind of relatively low. His level was relatively low for the recommended level here to party, and I had to essentially take care of him on the third platform and my platform at the same time just to get the party to get going. And he was struggling so hard because he also came without learning the Hawkeye, which stuns enemies. So he was using strictly arrow boom to stun the enemies, but you know, it's not going to do enough damage, especially to perks like this, where they have like tens of thousands of HP. I think these guys have something like almost 20k HP, and if the arrow boom is doing 900 and crits for 1500 damage, you have to essentially hit them 15 to 20 times just for them to die, and it just doesn't work out. It's better to stun them and use strafe, or freeze them and use strafe. And the marksman with the ice shot, it worked a lot better for the bowman. I think the freeze duration is a bit longer than the stun you get from the arrow boom as well. So you can just tell by the way I talk about marksman and the archer class in general that I'm a huge fan of marksmen over bowmaster. 혹시 외국인들도 메렌을 하고 싶어 하나요? 너무 하고 싶어 하죠. 외국 사람들도 메이플랜드를 보고 너무 즐기면서 하고 싶어 하시는데, 일단 가입 조건이나 게임을 플레이할 수 있으려면 걸쳐야 하는 과정과 그 조건들이 너무 많기 때문에 대부분 안 하시는 것보다 못 하시는 거죠. 메이플 클래식이 나오면 다들 하시겠네요. 지금 제 채팅에서만 봐도 외국분들이 메이플 클래식을 많이 기대하고 기다리고 계신 것 같아요. 저도 마찬가지고. 메이플 클래식 나오면은 메이플 클래식은 어떻게 출시돼서 어느 방향으로 게임이 이제 업데이트 되면서 진행될지 그게 너무 궁금한 것 같아요. 플레이도 해보고 싶기도 하고, 많이 변경돼서 나온다고 하니까. 오늘 아마 미국에서 1월 15일부터 2월 13일까지 약간 한 번 더 테스트, 뭐라고 하지? 그 현장에서 일어나는 테스트 플레이 시간이 주어진다고 하는데, 캘리포니아에서 그걸 참여한 사람들이 오늘부터 이벤트를 시작을 하거든요. 그래서 아마 지금 조금 있으면 진행될 것 같은데, 그게 이제 다 진행되고 며칠이 조금 지나면 오늘 나올 수도 있겠지만 유튜버 분들이 컨텐츠를 만들겠죠. 캘리포니아에 가서 현장 테스트를 해봤는데 게임이 이렇고 이렇다, 이거는 확정됐다. 그리고 제가 볼 때는 이 이벤트 끝날 시점쯤 한 2월 중순쯤, 이벤트가 2월 13일 날 끝나니까 한 2월 12일, 13일 그때쯤 메이플스토리가 확정된 출시일을, 언제 게임이 출시되는지 그 날짜를 공개할 것 같아요. 근데 그게 이번 여름일 것 같긴 하거든요. 저는 5월 11일쯤 그게 미국 넥슨 메이플스토리의 기념일이기도 하고 해가지고 그때 출시할 것 같은데 기대가 많이 돼요. 근데 메렌 같은 옛매는 아니지 않나요? 그 메이플스토리 클래식의 디렉터분이 오한별 씨세요. 아시는 분들 많을 거예요, 오한별 디렉터. 근데 그분이 하는 인터뷰를 들어보면은 옛날 메이플을 바탕으로 한 새로운 게임을 만들겠다라고 이렇게 얘기를 했거든요. 그래서 그걸 해석을 해보자면, 영어로 그 인터뷰를 진행을 하는데, 그게 약간 하고 싶은 말, 그러니까 그걸 해석해보자면 옛날 메이플 같은 경험치 비율이나 드롭 비율이나 이런 걸 다 고정시키고, 그리고 이제 옛날 메이플을 즐겼던 분들이 그 향을 다시 찾을 수 있게끔 굉장히 이제 그라인디한, 게임의 육성이 어려운, 경험치가 잘 안 오르고 많이 사냥해야 하는 그런 구도로 게임을 만들 때, 게임을 그냥 다시 그 옛날 메이플을 재구성한 게임을 만드는 것보다 대도전이라고 말을 표현을 했거든요. 그러니까 메이플 스토리가 어느 순간부터 오한별 디렉터가 메이플 스토리가 빅뱅 패치 후든 아니면 어느 순간에 직업 듀얼 블레이드가 출시됐던 시기 후든 메이플 스토리가 옛날 2000년대의 메이플 스토리가 아닌 다른 게임으로 다른 게임이 되었다는 걸 인식하고 계신 것 같아요, 오한별님이. 그래서 그걸 인식하시고 기초에 느꼈던 우리가 알던 메이플 그 틀에서 벗어나지 않게끔 않으면서 그 틀에 맞게끔 빅뱅 패치와 그 옛날 메이플이 탔던 그 길을 따라서 그쪽 이벤트나 패치나 업데이트의 그 똑같은 길을 거르는 게 아니라 메이플 스토리 클래식이라는 게임이 그 게임만의 길을 열어가지고 다시 재도전해보고 싶다, 이런 얘기를 하셨거든요. 그러니까 옛날 같은 메렌 같은 옛날 메이플이기는 한데, 여기서 그 메이플 스토리 클래식만의 방향을 찾고 길을 찾아서 업데이트를 진행을 할 것 같아요. 그래서 많은 사람들이 그거에 대해서도 얘기가 많은데, 이렇게 말해놓고 다시 가짜폰이나 큐브 시스템 돌려가지고 돈 빼먹으려고 하는 거 아닌가라고 많은 사람들이 말이 많거든요. 근데 일단 그건 게임이 출시되고 시간이 좀 지나봐야 아는 거라, 제가 볼 때는 저는 일단 오한별 디렉터, 물론 그 사람들한테 인식도 안 좋고 사람들이 굉장히 안 좋아하시는데, 일단 한번 믿어보려고요. 잘 하겠지. 전 잘 됐으면 좋겠거든요. 옛날 메이플이라는 프레임워크, 그 틀 안에서 그 틀을 벗어나지 않으면서 게임을 자기 방식만의 아니면 새로운 방식으로 게임을 업데이트와 패치를 하면서 진행이 되면 좋지 않을까라는 생각을 해요. Johnny, what level did you reach back in the day, and when did you stop playing GMS? I honestly can't remember. I don't think I played too much of GMS. I played a lot of KMS back in the day. In GMS, I might have gotten to like level. Honestly, I can't remember, man. Like, it's extremely long ago. Probably third job advancement, Dark Knight or Dragon Knight, I believe. I probably played Dragon Knight or a Hunter. It gets really confusing because I played a lot of Maple Royals, Maple Legends, and then I played Artale a few years back, or like last year. And prior to that, I was playing like other private servers that are not as popular. So it kind of gets mixed in with all those things. I can't remember. Is this solo party faster than party? I know there is no HS in the map, but wouldn't party still be faster? Party would be a lot faster here. Part of the reason why I'm not in a party setting right now, so I can really concentrate with the chat, have a conversation, dialogue with. But here in a bit, maybe I'll look for a party. Another reason is that in Korea right now, it's almost 3 a.m. and most people are sleeping right now, and it's hard to find the party that are actively recruiting people. I'll probably take a look here in a bit because I have to go to town anyway. I'm running out of ICs. I have 43 ICs. Once that's done, you know, I have to go back to town. But I would be solo grinding regardless right now. And it's just nice to have people on the map kind of doing the same thing as you. Just existing in the same digital realm, but you don't have to necessarily engage. Anyone, 저는 주먹치기가 있어야 옛매라고 생각해요. 주먹치기가 뭐죠? Anyone remember GM Jump Quest event? Yes, I do. Those were always a blast, right? They were always fun. Let's go back to town and let's see if there's a party. Maybe for one final hour I can do a party grind. Let's see. Ooh, nobody looking. There's no party right now. Wow. Ooh. I don't think there's any party going on right now. 몹 가까이 붙으면 아래로 때리는 거. 아, 궁수랑 도적. 맞아요. 그런 게 좀 있어야 옛날 메이플 냄새가 나고 하는데 메이플 클래식은 그런 게 없된다고 들은 것 같은데 일단 플레이를 해봐야 알겠지만 저도 공감을 해요. What about Orbis ship first time encountering Ball? Oh yeah, we're gonna have those days when Maplestory Classic first comes out. People are gonna be going from, you know, continent to continent, and they run into one of the hardest bosses in the game out of nowhere. Those little features in the game, I think the developers just really nailed it. It gives you know, it's like a cool way for new players to encounter the demons. Hard, high level, high hitting monsters at the end game content. And all you're doing is going from Victoria Island to Orbis, which has what, in the first initial maps they have like level 30 and 40 monsters, but in between you get on a ship and these pirate Balrogs that are like level 1, what are they, 100, 110, 120, come and hit you for 4,000 and one shots you. Super fun experience. I'm not seeing any party. I might have to solo grind. I don't see anything. Oh wait, I found one. Let me see. I'll put in my application to a party to see if they'll take me. And hopefully they will. We'll see. There's a lot of people looking for like battlefield parties with where the Kentas are at, but I don't know if I want to necessarily go kill Kentas. They use a lot of potions, but I might have to for 1 hour. Let's see. Maybe I will. They are asking me 1.3 mil to participate. Is that worth it? I don't know. I don't think so. I think I found a party. That feeling of terror when you are not behind the PC and are wondering if the Krogs spawned reminds me of the Iron Pig that we couldn't hit until a certain level. Oh, remember the Iron Boars, Iron Hogs? Those guys were a terror whenever you're trying to farm at the pig place. Once we encounter, I like to go inside the ship and go to the bottom to see if anyone died. The bottom was not always safe, but it's it's safer than the top. So if you go to the bottom and like go towards the bottom of the ship, the Balrogs can actually fly down there and hit you still. But most of the time it was safer than that. That moment when someone leaves the boat cabin and never comes back. Exactly, dude. I think... Give me a second, I'm gonna turn on VPN. The evils. eat Korean food still at home? 100%. I eat Korean food as much as I can. Korean food, I grew up on Korean food. I love Korean food. I might be a little biased, but I think Korean food is the best food. Alright, look at that. I got in a party. Oof. Donate those items. Hopefully he reduces my cost for the magic seed. Let's see, we can sell this, sell that, make some money back. That, sell this, that, this, all these things we can just get rid of. It's really hard to make money on a dragon night. I remember changing channels in RTL. You had to log in again. That was so ass. Yeah, it's the same thing here as well. You have to, it essentially logs you out and logs you back into the and that's why I have to turn on the VP. Korean barbecue is bomb in LA. Bro, don't even get me started on LA and Korean barbecue. They were so good. It was so good. My wife has a friend in LA, and I also have a friend that lives close to LA. So we go to California. We used to go to California often. I'm not sure if we will anymore, because my wife's friend is coming back here to Virginia, and my buddy is like really busy. You know, traveling is also experience, and going from one end of the country to the other end takes about 5 to 6 hours, and it's just a nightmare. I don't like riding planes. But whenever we do go to LA, we always eat the Korean food, the Korean barbecue there, and it's just the best. LA has the best Korean barbecue, hands down. Not even comparable. It's kind of sad, really, because you know, food makes me really happy. I'm sure it makes a lot of people happy too. But I get really excited about food now, that as more than I did when I was a kid. Like, good food is just and it makes me sad that here in Virginia and the East Coast, we don't have anything that compares to the likes of Korean barbecue in LA. Hey Keto, what's up? Welcome back, man. So this party, let's take a look at this party, what we got going on here. Oh, this one's cheaper. So this party, we have a level 149 Night Lord, 106 Crusader, 88 Hermit. Crusader's gonna be next to me on the second platform. Hermit will be on the third floor, level 88. Level 90 Ranger, also on the third floor. Then me, a level 114 Dragon Knight, and a level 86 Priest. This is the party composition. Jukuchuki and Road to Seoul are my favorite spots in Korean barbecue. I highly recommend it if you haven't tried it. I will remember that. Jukuchuki. Road to Seoul. Okay. Those are going to be hard. Like, Jujuki is going to be a hard name for me to remember, but I'll definitely keep it in the back of my mind. You live in VA, I do. Oh, Juku. I think I heard of Juku. Something like that. I remember somebody talking about it. How many mesos do you make per hour farming here, would you say? Well, here is more like players come here not to farm, but this is more of a experience-oriented party setting. The only person really farming in this party would be the Night Lord on the first floor, killing the Duelbergs. They're the black sheeps, and they drop Ilbies. So high-level players, like Night Lords or Bowmasters, will come here and party with low-level players, so they don't have to go from platform to platform. They can stay on the first floor and just farm for Ilbies. So the party, this is a really interesting party map. The party... The party was initially formed based around the high-level player trying to farm Ilbies, but it became one of the most iconic party grounds in Mapleland. A lot of people come here to train, and it's actually really nice. The priest here does heal care, like he cares for the warriors on the second platform, because most of the time the ranged characters, if you look above me, they're really good at managing their real estate and the space that they have to work with, so they don't get hit as much. But warriors are a different story, right? Because we're melee, and we don't have the mobility of an assassin or the control or the mobbing skills that the bowmans have. We have to really get hit most of the time. So the priest stays on the second floor, charges the players a little bit more because they have to be active and heal us. But players come here essentially for the EXP. Like if I have to say how much do I make here, usually it costs me 400,000 to 250,000 meso to participate with the priest and in this party setting to play on this platform. And depending on if I get loot or not within that hour, then I can make a lot of money. But like Kita said, if I get a blood dagger and it has the stats that come with it is above standard weapon attack, and I can make millions of mesos if not more. But most of the time, and I've been coming to this party ground area for a long time now, and I have yet to see a blood dagger. I have seen a level 80 spear that dropped, which was really nice and exciting, but most of the time I get like the level 80 overall for warriors or a level 70 glove for thieves, and these items you just NPC. There's really not a market for these items because better items already exist, and you just NPC those for like 100,000, 200,000 mesos, and you make your money back. And then you sell that's if you get some loot within the hour. But let's say you don't. Most of the time I find myself still making money here. Not a lot, but I make the 400k that I made back, or that I spent to participate. I make it back within the hour. And a huge portion of that is due to Meso Up, which you can see right here. Meso Up is being offered by an assassin. So each platform, because 6 people is a max party that you can have in Maplestory, most of the time what players do is they try to fill in with characters that have unique party buffs. I think the only open platform that this party composition has, or this party map has, is the guy above me. They usually try to put an assassin or a hermit up there due to the Meso Up. And then one slot where the ranger is at, it can be filled by, I've seen a chief bandit come there, I've seen a marksman go up there, but usually not a melee, because if you look at my mini map right now, the third platform is the longest platform. right? And to cover that longest platform, it's better to be a ranged character. But because bandits are so nimble and fast, and they have really great mobility once they hit about level 80 with Assaulter and what is it, Band of Thieves, I believe, is an AoE skill they can use to essentially mob and stuff. Those guys will participate up there, but you'll never see a Paladin or a Crusader or a Dragon Knight. So what they do is they try to fill in every platform with certain classes. Assassins, Hermits are a must for Meso Up. Dragon Knights are a must for Hyper Body for the Priest and like other squishy characters. And then to the left of me, they try to go for a Crusader more than a Paladin because Crusaders offer a buff called Rage that gives 12 plus 12 weapon attack. And for those of you that are not familiar with Maple Land, plus 12 weapon attack is a huge buff. There's no consumable in the game that can replace that. And for a good reason. It gives Crusaders that much more of an identity, that much more of a place in the party grind setting. They can appeal to the party by saying, hey, I have Rage buff mastered. If you take me in, I can give plus 12 attack to everybody. So most of the time, Paladins are the ones that really don't see much. You don't really see much Paladins here. I have partied with a Paladin before when we couldn't find a Crusader. And everybody was okay just foregoing the Rage buff and still be in a party setting to grind together. But essentially that's what happens. On the first floor, you have a high level Bowmaster or a Night Lord. He's downstairs right here. You can see him jumping around. He's using Flash Jump right there. There you go, Flash Jump. He's using Flash Jump to grind the dual bursts, farming for Ilbies. Gets in a party, it's a benefit for him because he never has to come up here. The dual bursts are continuously spawning. The Priest is making money just hanging out, giving us heal and buffs. And she's also essentially getting leeched from us. And it's a really great EXP that she's getting. And the people upstairs, they're just happy to be in a party. Most of the time, attackers like Hermits, Rangers, Marksmen, these guys, they kind of come in the level frame that's adequate, which is like 80, I would say 85 to 95. You don't really see higher level Assassins or Rangers come here for any other reason. They're very much like, they very much come here strictly for the EXP. And then they go to the next training ground, which gives them more EXP. But for me and the Crusader, there's a reason for us to be here, right? The reason being that it's very cost-effective way to level at our level. Any other party training ground that I go at my level is going to cost me a lot of money to even participate. And I don't necessarily get the care from a priest that I do here. When I come here, I don't spend a lot of money on potions, other than maybe mana elixirs because the priest can't replenish that. But these Berks don't hit that hard. They do hit hard, but they don't hit too hard where my Husky is chugging HP potions. And it's just enough, they hit just enough that the priest can kind of chill there and give me heal care every 5 seconds or 10 seconds. And it's not too strenuous for her to like make it work. Now if I was to go to like Blue Wyverns, which would be the next party training ground that most Dragon Knights will go once they hit about 105, 107, 110, technically I should be there if I was prioritizing EXP. But what happens is, one, it's really stressful for the priest. They have to be, and not that it matters to me because I'm not the one playing the priest, but I'm just explaining from a priest perspective. Priests have a really hard time, and it's a delicate balance, and it's almost like being in a circus when they go to Blue Wyverns. Priests don't want to use Magic Guard because they don't want to spend money, right? They would rather get Hyper Body and have enough HP and heal all the time and survive. Well, the thing about Blue Wyverns is if they do that, if they move around even with Hyper Body, they get two-shotted most of the time. And there's a lot of ropes you gotta climb, and it's very short platforms, and the map is extremely difficult to traverse around, and wyverns have a huge body. So if they mess up, they can die very easily. And a lot of priests have mastered the pathing, and you know, they've done it so well they can do it well. But most of the time, new priests that go into blue wyvern party grind, for the first few levels they end up dying. There's a lot of learning to be had. But going back to what I was saying for Dragon Knights going to blue wyverns, I could go to blue wyverns right now. The issue with blue wyverns for me personally is that most of the time, like if I was to come here, if I'm coming here to kill the sheeps, there's already people forming parties that I can join. I can join the party, and it's very stress free. I just have to pay 400,000 or 250,000, and I wait for the party leader, which is most of the time the high level Night Lord or Bowman on the first floor. He's the one gathering people. He's the one that does that. So I join the party and I'm kind of on idle until the party becomes full, and I just participate. The thing about blue wyverns is that the lower level Dragon Knight, because if I go now, I'm guaranteed to be the lowest level in the party. A lot of warriors above 4th job advancement, even level 140, 130 heroes, Dark Knights, come to blue wyverns because it's kind of the same thing that I'm doing here. They kind of go there to farm. It's guaranteed decent EXP. It's easy to find the party. There's high population of players that are training in that area, and the gathering of the party member, that responsibility falls on me as the lowest level member in the party, and it can sometimes take a pretty long time. Although there's a lot of warriors that are willing to go, everybody's fighting for the priest to come. Priests, most of the time, to me it seems like they would rather not go to blue wyverns for the reasons that I've explained. It's a medium reward for a high risk type of training ground, and there's some times when I'm going live and I'm partying at Blue Wyvern Cave, and these priests, they get hit and they got like 10% HP, and I feel like they're gonna die, but they just make it out. Like, these guys are veterans, right? They know while they're climbing the rope, like how far they have to go up for it to be a safe spot or not. Those little details they've mastered and understand the map so well that from an outsider looking in like me, it looks like they're gonna die, and they're really balancing themselves on a thin thread like a circus. They could tip over at any moment. But these guys have mastered the map so well that they don't even need to use Magic Guard, and they can kind of traverse the map from up and down, because Blue Wyvern map is more of a it's a longer a y-axis map. It's not wide like here. You have to climb a lot of ropes and a lot of jumping around you have to do, and you know, it's more dangerous that way to traverse in a map where it's a longer y-axis than a wider x-axis type of map. But these guys do it, you know. But it does look very stressful when I see a priest at Blue Wyvern. It does look pretty stressful. I'm 115 now. This grind is just something else, huh? I need some water. Koreans grinding at oh, you live in Norfolk. Oh, that's very cool, man. I like Norfolk. Koreans grinding at 3 a.m. Don't they have work in the morning? Some do, some don't. There's a lot of people just like here. Some people are unemployed, some people work from home. I don't know what their situation. 쭈꾸쭈꾸 바베큐가 있다. I noticed Bowman just strafe in these training maps, like very limited use of mob skills. I wonder if it's just maxing strafe first better for grinding. Well, if you look at the up top, when the monsters regen, they're usually regenning either 2 monsters or 3 monsters at most, right? And unless you have like at least 3 or 4 monsters at regen, it's more efficient to just use strafe. Not that efficient to use arrow rain, and because these Berks have a high HP pool, if you use arrow rain, I don't think you'll be able to kill the mobs soon enough. And essentially what that does is if you don't kill the monsters quick enough, it delays the respawn, the regen of the sheeps in different platforms, and you can ultimately create some problems for other party members too. So it's better to just stun them like he's doing. Like he's struggling right now a little bit, and the hermit has to help him. You see that? Hermit can move around. It's very nimble, and this is the class philosophy that I talk about. Hermits don't have stun, they have no CC or nothing like that. You can see when an enemy spawns, this hunter is micromanaging his real estate that he's been given. The hawk arrow, the eagle just immediately stuns mobs within its reach, whether it's behind him or in front of him, which gives him enough time to focus on the other enemy that's not stunned. And the playstyle is very different. Just look at the map here and see the hermit going from here to here to here. They essentially, the class philosophy is that they're supposed to be nimble and like an assassin, running around, jumping around, dodging enemies, going above enemies, jumping over enemies. The class philosophy of bowmen are very different. They have to look at him being very dull and slow. Like, he's not as nimble. Even with haste, he has a hard time trying to keep his distance and make space from the enemies because he just doesn't have flash jump. But you can see the class philosophy and the distinction of each class very well being portrayed very well in this party setting. And bowmen do a really good job. Their identity is that they just kind of sit still, and they have other abilities and ways to be able to mob in that platform, and the Hawkeye does a huge portion of that. Arrow boom if needed, power knockback, knocking enemies away instead of running away from them. Are you planning to play Classic Maple World? Yes, I am. I wonder if I can move this so you guys can actually see the gameplay of the Ranger a little bit better, because it's a very distinct and different game style gameplay. Archer is probably by far the worst mob class. They're not terrible. They're not terrible. I'm trying to think if there's worse. Well, Wizards obviously are really good at mobbing. And Crusaders aren't that great either. They're just really hard hitting. They use Power Strike most of the time. They're really fast and heavy hitting. Dragon Knights are really good at mobbing because they can hit 3 enemies at a time. 3 lines, 3 enemies. That's a total of 9 lines of damage. It's really good at mobbing. Crusaders are relatively, like, you could make an argument Crusaders are worse than them. At 4th job, it's extra bad for them. I agree with that one, because all you're using is Hurricane. Look at him struggle controlling his real estate. See that? He has such a hard time. If it wasn't for the Hermit, this dude would be not surviving up there. Is this Artail MS? No, this is Maple Land in KMS. What is the best mob class? I would say mages are probably the best. Ice Lightning, it's a toss-up between Ice Lightning and Fire Poison. That out a little bit. Can you guys let me know that are watching right now if you came from the shorts reel? If you found my live in the shorts reel? Can you guys let me know if there's any of you that came to my stream via shorts? I would like to know if my stream is live in the shorts tab as well. I have it set up to do so, but there's no way for me to confirm. Best is probably bishop. Bishops are great too. I would say, me personally, I think it's ice lightning, but bishops are great as well. Level 115. Slow and steady, boys. When did I think I logged in today at 70% or something? Right? What class are you making in Classic Maple? I want to make personally, so there's a little bit of story to this. There's a little bit of things that I have to explain first. Personally, I would love to make crossbowmen, but because I'm going to be playing with a lot of my friends who are going to be first-time Maplestory players, I'm going to let them first pick what class they want to play, straight, like purely based off aesthetics, and me explaining a little bit about their gameplay. And once they pick what class they want to play, I plan on picking that doesn't collide with their decision. I want to play something unique that they can also have an opportunity to see me playing, because Maplestory does a great job of showing class distinction even at earlier levels, right? It's really easy to see what mages do at Slime Tree and what assassins do. They're jumping around and throwing stars. Archers are shooting bows with critical strike, which, you know, it's really cool. It's like their own little identity. Nobody has critical strike in the first class advancement other than archers. Warriors are just like looking really cool with big swords, you know, spears and stuff, or shields. I want my friends to get the most out of the experience so they can fall in love with the game that I love. This game is very special to me, and I love this game, and it's always nice when your friends also love the game that you love. So if my friends play crossbowmen, then I will probably play something to augment their experience so I can enjoy the game through them as a secondhand experience. And that's what I want to do. So if they play a crossbowman, then maybe I'll play, I don't know, something that they don't. But if they don't play the crossbowman, I will definitely play the crossbow. Don't they have what if they want to switch classes midway through? Let them struggle with pots. Well, if they switch classes midway through, then you know that happens. I can always play a crossbowman on my own as well, so I'm not too stressed. When I play with my friends, especially since I'm the veteran and I know more about the game, there is a part of me that feels responsible to introduce them Maplestory in the correct way, and not let the loud minority on the internet get to them, telling them not to play like Fire Poison or Shadower because they're tier F. and they're scared to try something that initially they had an itch for or a yearning for. I want them to keep their innocence, you know, call it naive or whatever. Let them be completely unaware of what the game has to offer and go in blind, and me being there to augment that experience and kind of hold their hand if needed and guide them through the game without being too involved. You know what I hate the most when I play a new game? And thank God none of my friends do this, but it's super annoying when you play a game. Like, let's say somebody wants you to play a game, right? For me, this happened with Elden Ring. My buddy's buddies, he's not really my buddy. He's just an acquaintance, and he wanted all of us to try Elden Ring. And I was like, okay, well, I've been meaning to play Elden Ring. Elden Ring looks really fun and cool. Let me give it a try. So I'm playing in Discord with a group of my friends, and you know, I'm streaming it. People are watching. Some people are doing their own thing. And that acquaintance, let's call him Joe. Joe joins my stream in Discord, and he's essentially telling me what to do every step of the game. Like, I just got out of the beginning phase, and he's like, yeah, if you go straight, you'll see a big giant force, or like a monster, a cavalier riding a horse, and you can try to fight that, but you can ignore it. Also, if you make a left turn here, crouch and roll, you'll enter a mini dungeon where you can pick this up. And look, I understand that he's trying to be helpful, and he wants me to like make sure I don't miss anything. I get the intent there, but it's extremely annoying. Just, I want to enjoy the game in my own way. But what he's essentially doing is he wants to enjoy the game through me over again. And even though I'm the one playing the game, he wants to have that secondhand experience so bad that he's actually getting in the way of me experiencing the game. And it's just you know, you're not being mindful and considerate of other people playing the game, and a lot of people are like that. I'm just like, look, I would rather just turn everything off and play by myself and get the experience. And I think after that day, I didn't stream Elden Ring on Discord anymore. And I remember playing Elden Ring for like hundreds of hours. I had a really good time playing Elden Ring. It was super fun. And if I had a guy next to me telling me all the answers to the puzzle, all the little areas and the mini dungeons that exist in the game, would I have enjoyed it that much? Probably not. Even if it's my best friend. Actually, more so if it's my best friend and he's telling me to do all that thing. I would actually be more vulgar and tell him to be quiet, dude. Like, I would tell him to shut the hell up and let me just play the game. And you need to learn how to be a spectator. And if you want to watch me play the game, and you can enjoy the game through my experience and not input your you know, not input your own opinion or thoughts, or like your in your head voice to basically control my experience, take over my experience. It's so sad they're giving everyone crit damage in the first job. That was the identity on Sins and Archer. Yeah, true that. My bestie plays Assassin. What's something I can play to synergize with him? Is Cleric good? If your bestie plays an Assassin, I would say you could play... What synergizes well with Assassins? Cleric is always a good choice, right? But I think Assassins really depend more than the Clerics. Dragon Knight and Clerics are a really good duo, and other good duo that I see. Assassins and Archers have a good combo. But you won't really feel that enhancement, that dependency until 4th job, until you learn Sharp Eyes. But the fact that you guys are both ranged, I think it would be very fun to play. Like, you know, essentially 2 ranged characters could always grind anywhere and find an area where they can grind together, you know, compared to, like, let's say your bestie plays an assassin and you played a bandit or a warrior. it's probably going to be a little bit more difficult to find maps where you can train together. Bowman, Sharp Eyes, and Warrior Hyperbody are good for Assassin. There you go. Andrew know what he's talking about. Backseaters. I had a similar friend. Yeah, that's what they're called. They're called backseaters, right? They watch you play and they're really excited, and I get that. You know, I think it's awesome and it's innocent. It's really innocence what it is, and a naiveness. They just have no awareness that it kills people's experience when you're doing backseat gaming. After a while, he was like, how come you don't stream Elden Ring anymore? Okay, I just DC. Give me a second. He was like, how come you don't stream anymore, man, on Discord? And I'm like, don't have the time. I couldn't be too honest with him because me and him are not that close. And I should have been. I should have told him straight up. I should have been like, look, man, your backseat gaming is unbearable. Like, I would love to stream and enjoy this experience with you, but you're really robbing from me what's going on. It was hard for me to tell him that because I don't know him that well. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Oh man, very unfortunate. I gotta tell them that I'm coming. You see. DC is also 100%, dude. Find the hell that I was here. Get rid of that. Where did you learn Korean? I was born in Korea. I grew up in Korea. I graduated all the way up to middle school in Korea. My native tongue is actually Is Dexless Warrior stronger than who builds Dex? Dexless builds or like secondary stat list builds for warriors don't really work too well, because a huge part of the reason why warriors raise Dex isn't because they need to wear equipment. It's more so that they need the accuracy to hit the enemies. When you don't have enough accuracy to hit the enemies, actually, you can't do damage. And to cover yourself up in Dex gear, you might as well just cover yourself up in Strength gear. Point. Dex gear is actually a lot more expensive than Strength gear in most cases, because a lot of assassins, assassins have a huge player base. You have huge player base, huge amount of players in Maplestory play Night Lord, right? And out of those people, some are gonna play Dexless Assassin. For that reason, a lot of Dex items in the game are very expensive. I wouldn't recommend like Dexless build for warriors. I've seen luckless like priest and mages, but even that has limitation. It's really not that great for mages either. The only class that goes Dexless would probably be like archers, like strengthless archers, and then Dexless assassins. Any other classes, they really don't benefit. 외국인이 한국 메렌을 하네. 신기하다. 한국 사람입니다. Do I have high hopes for Classic? I do. I have very high hopes for Classic. And part of that isn't because of the things that I'm seeing, but a huge part of me is being optimistic and being hopeful intentionally, because I want the game to succeed. I really do want the game to succeed and reintegrate the old feeling of what an MMO used to be and break the current I guess the trend of how they make MMOs and reintegrate, and redefine what MMORPG is, the gaming in. If Maplestory Classic can do that, it will open doors for developers to approach MMOs with a new set of lens that maybe they've missed, and kind of go away from that old traditional battle pass systems with dailies and weeklies, where it really becomes like a chore but they can find a sweet spot where the gaming experience and the social element of the game is emphasized. And instead of the developers holding our hand and telling us what to do every day and every week, we as players want to participate and play and be in the gaming world without being told what to do. A huge part of the algorithm that developers use is FOMO. And FOMO can't sustain the longevity of an MMO. It has to be genuinely an enjoyable experience at multiple dimensions. The gameplay has to be the social element has to be real. The character customization to portray your own personality, an outlet for you to express yourself, has to be real. And Maplestory has that. The old school Maplestory has all of those elements and many more that I just, can't think of at the moment. There's many reasons on why old school Maplestory is a great game. There's reason why people flock to it. There's reason why it has lived 20 plus years, when games like New Worlds, that was launched as an MMO, has now closed their, has stopped their service because people aren't playing it. And it just needs more attention. And the reason why I have high hopes is not because of the things that I see. It seems interesting, and honestly, deep down, I'm more worried than anything. I'm very worried that these implementations that they're bringing will, although in good faith, they're trying to make the game more enjoyable and expand the game more than anything to a broader audience instead of changing the game to a broader audience. If they can perfectly balance and retain the old feelings of classic Maplestory while expanding it to new players for it to be enjoyable to a bigger audience, I think the game will succeed, and I have hopes. I'm more worried that they'll trip trying to balance that. But what can I do as a Maplestory fan? I don't want to hate on this unique opportunity and a unique chance that we got, where they're even giving it an attempt, a shot, but we can experience a game that we all enjoyed. They didn't have to do this. That's another thing, is that they're doing this for us. Maplestory, the current the modern Maplestory that's being played right now, it already probably makes them enough money. I mean, it has to if it's still in service, right? There's probably a lot of whales in there that spend a lot of money. But they didn't have to do it. And as a company, it makes sense for them to make money. I completely get that. But I do feel like this is an attempt to appeal to the old school Maplestory users or players who have been asking this for a long time. And instead of just shedding on that cake, I want to have an open mind and be optimistic about it, and actually support and help the game to become something for the game to succeed. And I think part of the reason why I make those shorts introducing the party-centric gameplay and the party grounds that exist, party training areas that exist in Maple Land to the Western audience is for that reason, because I want people to know that the game is 10 times more enjoyable when you play the game together. And most of the time, I think it's better when players kind of get together and figure that system out and implement it themselves, instead of a single brain from one developer trying to find a way to essentially force players, because that's what they're doing when they have to implement systems that say, oh, you get more EXP when you party grind. Although there's no flaw in that, and I can't really think of anything that could go wrong, it's better when the community take it upon themselves to figure things out like that, like Korean Maplestory did. And the party training grounds that exist in Maple Land, I want the Western Maplestory players, when Maplestory Classic comes out, to adapt that, because it will make it enjoyable for everybody. While Classic is a massive success, so I have high hopes for Maplestory Classic. In my opinion, the problem with old school private server is low population servers. Well, this is going to be more established. It's going to be from Nexon themselves. And I can already tell the game is going to be really popular when it initially launches. Right now, the truth kind of comes after a few months of gameplay and the servers being open. How many players will be able to withstand the amount of grind that this game requires? I think a lot of younger players will flock to it, enjoy the game, and probably leave to just go play Fortnite or something, or Roblox. But there's gonna be people that play old school RuneScape or WoW, the older population that have a little bit more patience and time on their hand and like, you know, they're not constantly seeking for a high intense dopamine rush. Those people will stay and invest their time and put their time into a character because the progression feels that much more real. OSRS is a good example. Bro, why are you playing Korean server? I play Korean. I'm playing KMS because it's more fun. Maple Land. This is the best server that emulates the old school Maple. Hey, it's exotic. Just letting you know, I did find your YouTube one. It's working. The shorts? Did you find the shorts, or did you find it in like just your PC as a YouTube in the homepage? Aspula said, I always increased my stats so I could wear gear. It's cool to see the gear even if it isn't optimal for me. Do you want the old party quest where you have to click to get in? Log Classic is more loggers event. I think that was part of the memory that we had, right? The nostalgia, the value of nostalgia is there when you have to compete for the channel. I remember we had a lot of fun doing that. We would track players, right? We would remember certain players within our level, within the bandwidth of level for Ludi Party Quest, and you would just have one guy that you would always track, because back in the day, each channel was full, and each channel could only hold one party at a time in a party quest. So I think we had about 18 to 20, maybe a little bit more channels back in the day from my memory, if I re-jog my memory. And only one party could go into the party quest. So what would players do? Me and my cousin, we would remember a certain player in his like level 40s, and we knew he was always doing Ludi Party Quest. And you would wait at his channel, tracking him, and as soon as he gets into a bonus state, you can enter your party in. And I remember doing that, and that part of the thrill was very real, because you're just being a rat. And it's always fun being a rat. It's just like, you know, you're just pulling a fast one on someone, and there's an element of fun there, and then you get fast one pulled on you. It's a sense and a taste of humanity in a game where it only happens if you play an MMO that requires you to interact with one. Oh no, not shorts. It's showing up as live channel on my homepage. I found it in shorts before though. I gotta mess with it. I gotta figure it out how when I go live, I need to also take advantage of that digital real estate of shorts, because people, you know, including myself, I run into a lot of live streamers that are broadcasting on shorts feed, and some of them are really nice. If I can also exist in that real estate, I'm sure I'll get a lot more exposure. WoW Classic is most raid loggers. Getting in was so satisfying. Exactly. You know, you would never have those experiences. Everything in life is about balance. The reason why modern Maplestory, despite it being so flashy and so much dopamine triggering and so many things flying out everywhere, and all those neon lights, the reason why it feels so soulless is because everything, the reward structure in your brain doesn't, over time it's gonna think that's normal, gonna normalize all those flashy things, and eventually the dopamine that you were getting a taste of initially will dull down, and it will just, I hate to say this, but it'll just rot your brain. It becomes that ADHD intensive flashy visuals and lights everywhere and numbers just flying everywhere and the whole screen being covered by damage, eventually that won't give the same amount of dopamine, and you'll just sit there soulless, kind of just going through the motion and playing the game. And the reason why classic Maplestory is so great is that because it was so it had a lot of times where it would push you or challenge you, and the reward structure formed around how much time are you willing to invest, how hard are you willing to work for. And I think a lot of people like RuneScape for that reason as well, is that there is a huge reward structure focused around you putting your time and investing time and finally getting like 99 woodcutting, for example. When people get 99 woodcutting or 99 whatever skill that they're raising, it took them months to get that, arguably longer, and once you finally get it, that dopamine, the taste of dopamine you get is so meaningful and rewarding, and now you can even form an identity based around your woodcutting. How many times do you guys meet people that play OSRS and they're like, yeah, I had 99 woodcutting, as a sort of a flex, right? We don't think about that often, but it gives you a sense of, not only does it give you a sense of achievement and fulfillment that you earn something by putting in a lot of time and hard work, it essentially becomes your identity because it's something now you can flex to other people. Most people can't get 99 woodcutting. It's an extremely strenuous process, and it takes a lot of time and, you know, a lot of work to get there. It's the same thing when you play Maplestory. You'll feel the drag. This game is probably arguably more grindier than OSRS. If we're saying the objective is to reach level 200, I would say I haven't played any game that's more grindier than Maplestory. So there's a reward structure there's a reward structure that's being formed around how much time and how willing are you to, how much more you invest into the character and how much time you spend on the character training to become a higher level. And each time you level, the sense of achievement and fulfillment feels that much more greater. And as you get higher into the level, your identity also gets cemented and solidified. When you talk to other people that played old school Maplestory, what are the things that you talk about? What are the things that you say to appeal and portray? Like, you know, what is an identity that you portray? Oh, I was a level 120 Night Lord. Damn, level 120 in Classic? Bro, you really grinded, didn't you? It's way more, like you have more attachment and an identity being formed around old school Maplestory than modern. It's really like modern Maplestory is really soulless. And one of my viewers said it the best. Everybody is essentially a mage. You're either a battle mage, you're an archer mage, you're a warrior mage, you're a hybrid of a hermit and a mage. Now hermits are using magic to do this. The identity of assassins throwing stars and being assassin and nimble. If you look above me, these two characters, they have very distinct and unique playstyles. That doesn't exist in modern. If you tell someone, yeah, I was a level 280 Neo or Xeno or Dual Blade, that doesn't mean anything because everybody essentially does everything at the same time. The only thing that's different is the character history and the narrative that gets presented to you, their background story, and the effects that these characters have. So that's really unfortunate to see in modern, right? I forgot what got me in this tangent, and I want to wrap up my idea and conclude it, but I can't remember what got me into this. I always enjoyed slow and delayed gratification, so old MMOs are perfect for me. Exactly. Old MMOs are perfect for me for that exact reason too. And I have most people will look at you and I, like Anthony and I, and say, you guys are just old heads. You can't, you know, you're just stuck in the past and it's all nostalgia. You won't do it. You know, it gets boring after a while. Well, really, because I have a level 115 Dragon Knight right now, and it hasn't been boring for me one bit. Really, it hasn't been boring for me. It's more of a zen. I get into a flow state and I'm chilling. And if it wasn't for me chatting with you guys while I'm broadcasting, I would be watching Netflix, or I would be socializing with the people here that exist in the Maplestory world. A lot of these people like to chat about basic things. If I start up a chat right now talking about the aesthetics of our priest here, who looks, I don't know what this is based off of. I'm assuming some sort of an anime or a character. But just talking about that, I could form a small convo and make small talks, right? And those type of things make the game bearable. Even if you look at it from like just pure, like logically, if you look at the game and what it is and what it offers, you could say old school RuneScape is boring for the same reason. You're sitting there hitting a tree endlessly for hours on end. But there's something deep and fundamental and meaningful about that if you only approach it from a single dimension, instead of looking at the bigger picture and what it means to, I don't know, like take it to the next level at a philosophical level, what it means to exist in life even, everything is mundane and dull. But we live life progressing and achieving new things in life, and that's what makes it bearable. The new experiences, the people that we meet along the way, the sense of progression, the money going up in your savings account, or the progression you're making in life, getting a job to a different job and elevating in the corporate status, all of that is arguably dull and boring. But what makes it bearable is the element of humanity and the slow gratification that you get over time. If everybody could work out and become ripped in a week, will it really have the same value and the meaning to have a nice body with a six-pack ab if everybody could do it? People would search something that's, I don't think it would have the same value or the meaning. You're talking about 99 fire making, how it became your identity, and there's no identity in modern making. Bro, how are you playing KMS without Korean ID number? I have family in Korea. My cousin has made the account for me. I remember, count the time, 30 minutes each friend playing Maple in one PC, taking turns and grinding for 30 minutes, quitting 2 hours to play again. Yeah, I remember that too. When I was a kid, my cousin and I, we grew up together. He's like my best friend. But we only had one PC back in the day in the 2000s. But we would take turns playing Maplestory too, like 1 hour each. That's exactly how we did it. I always increase my stats so I could wear the gear. It's cool to see the gear, even if it isn't optimal for me. Do you want the old party quests? Oh yeah. This. How many 200s are there? How many 200s are there in Maple Land? I think there's at least, I want to say, can't be 100. Probably like less than 100, maybe around 50. I don't know the exact number if I'm being honest. But I remember no one hit 200 back in the day when Tiger was popular. The game is extremely grindy. 팔강님 안녕하세요. 어서 오세요. I remember when FM was the place to chill. Do you know how far away CPQ is from classic Maplestory? CPQ sounds so familiar, but I don't know, I'm blanking. Can you tell me what CPQ is? Is this 1 EXP rate? Yeah. Maple Land is 1 EXP rate and 1x drop rate. How long do you think it will take you to reach level 70 in Classic? If I play every day, maybe a month or two. Oh, Carnival Party Quest, yes. Carnival Party Quest in Classic Maplestory, it probably will come out over time, but not initially. And usually you have to go to Ludi in order to access Carnival Party Quest. So Ludi probably won't be out. Not even Orbis might not be out, and usually the sequences Orbis comes out, Elnath comes out, Zakum comes out, Third job advancement comes out, and then Ludi comes out a little after that. Do I have a Maple girlfriend? No, I do not. PvP, but you fight. Yep. Carnival Party Quest, it was my favorite. So fun. I love Carnival Party Quest. One of the best systems in game. Oh, I hope it comes out in Maplestory Classic. Do you know when Maplestory Classic will release? My assumption is that it's going to release May 11th. I think one of my viewers, he comes in here often, and he said that the anniversary, I haven't seen him in a while actually, but he said the anniversary for Maplestory NA, the Nexon NA, is May 11th, and he assumes, he has a theory that towards the end of this event, they will announce the release date, that the event that's going on right now in California. He assumes that towards the end of this event, they will release they will make an announcement for the release date, and he thinks it's going to be May 11th. And I'm really convinced by his theory. Do you think Classic Maple World's coming like a month? I don't think so. I think it's gonna be May. If sooner, hopefully they can do it in like March or April when spring break is going on for younger kids to have the time to play, log in. But something tells me it's gonna be in. Imagine they added PvP. I wonder if they could even add PvP in a game like this. This is also a hot topic, right, when it comes to Classic Maplestory or Maplestory in general. Obviously, people want community-based gameplay, like hide and seek. Some people said hide and seek. Some people say it like puzzles and stuff. I think those are all great. But when it comes to PvP, you really have to scratch your brain and figure out how to implement a PvP into a game like this. There essentially already exists a PvP that's formed by the players when there's disputes over whose channels who. And fire poison mages are obviously the king in that setting. But when there's a PvP setting like WoW, or where like a developer implemented PvP setting, or like a system, how will that make that? How will it make it work? You know, how will they make that work? I think it's an extremely complex and complicated system. A lot of MMOs have a hard time going from the game being PvE to implement a PvP style. Final Fantasy XIV is a great example of that, right? The game was essentially is essentially a PvE oriented game, but they took the bold approach to add an element of PvP into. They took the bold approach to implement PvP into the game, but it flopped, hugely flopped. Nobody enjoyed it. Just before summer vacation to grind like a madman. That's right. They had a PvP before, it didn't work well. I remember they had a PvP as well. It was like a short span of time. I remember seeing it and people doing it, but it didn't work out like they. Old school Maplestory PvP was lame. They had a PvP event. I think PvP, you know when the most fun and intense PvP is? When high-level guilds get into a dispute at endgame content maps, it turns so political here in KMS. People exchange phone numbers and get on a phone call and talk to them in person and all that. It's so funny. It becomes very political and it's extremely entertaining, and it's just a battle of wits. It's like PvP through a different approach, right? It's not like a character fighting a character, but there's a dispute on a channel between two people and it extends into their guild, and guild members come for backup, and then you'll see like archmages using blizzard, fire poison mages spraying mist everywhere. It literally turns into a PvP zone and a war zone, and it's extremely entertaining to watch that and funny. I think it's hilarious. Do I speak Korean? I do. I speak Korean. The Fire Poison Guild members come to solve that issue. They come really quick, you know. They're like, it's my time to shine. This is the reason. This is the time I've been waiting for. I think Fire Poison mages, for that reason, are the way they are. They're just dickheads because they want to create conflict, to create an environment and an opportunity for them to shine and to actually have purpose actually have purpose for them making Fire Poison mate. That's why they dress up. They don't care about any type of social status, reputation, none of that. They just want to either make your life hell and actually live out the purpose on why they created Fire Poison Mage and like solidify their identity, or they want to join a guild and become a huge PvP warrior for a guild and solidify their identity that way. Everybody wants to, at the end of the day, exist within their own identity, and Fire Poison mages are just that. They love to be in a setting where there's either disputes, actually just in disputes, so they can come and be the king of that world. 혼혈이세요? 네, 혼혈입니다. Isn't that considered griefing, not bannable? No, it is not considered griefing or bannable, and I'll tell you why. Fire Poison Mages coming to a map and spraying Fire Poison Mist is controversial in Mapleland, and why it's heavily talked about, and why the developers can't do anything. I talked about this in my video with Fire Poison Mages and my thoughts on it. Here in Mapleland, Fire Poison Mages are notorious for, you guys already know I talk about this all the time. Fire Poison Mages are notorious for being either they're just known to be assholes. And aside from that, the reason why they can be assholes and get away with it is because when people play Fire Poison Mage, they already play the character understanding and realizing that they can't join any party or party grind setting, and there's no real reason for them to uphold a certain type of social status or reputation. Imagine you're a millionaire or a billionaire and you go to a party, or you go to like an employer, like a company party event, and you're just working the job for other reasons, but you have, I don't know, you inherited like millions of dollars and you just don't care anymore. You're gonna go to that party event and you're gonna be truly you, unapologetically. And if people are just being too annoying and unbearable, what are you gonna do? You're just gonna walk away or tell them to be quiet. You have nothing to lose at that point. You don't have to pretend anymore. And it's the same thing for Fire Poison Mages, especially in a game like Mapleland, where the in-game customs and cultures are very, very like already rigid and structured. If you get flagged as a person, especially a high-level person, you get flagged and ostracized, you're not going to be able to find a party to grind with. And what people do in Korea more than any other country is they like to ostracize people that don't conform or that don't align themselves with the existing customs and cultures. It's really like an Eastern Hemisphere mindset and culture, right? So when they don't conform, they ostracize that. They ostracize that individual. They can't join any party setting. It's actually hell for these high-level players. So what they do is they just stay quiet. They don't talk much because they don't want there to be an opportunity where they stick out like a sore thumb and essentially get blacklisted from all the other higher levels in the in-game community. Fire Poison Mages don't care about that, and they're just assholes for no reason, because they know they're not going to be grinding in party settings anytime soon, or later, if for that matter. They're really on their own. And what happens is the player base creates a custom and culture for party training, and the whole concept of this is my channel, not your channel, I came here first, you change channel. That's a general consensus culture that exists in the game, that every player in the game generally respects, right? They don't challenge that because it's kind of like the status quo. But the issue with that is it's a player driven, it's a community driven rule. The game itself, the developers do not have that type of, they don't implement that type of rule because they want to leave the game as open as possible for players to create for players to paint over what the developers release. Developers release, like, think of it this way, developers like kind of give you a canvas and players come in with their party training method or their customs and cultures in the game, and they paint over that canvas to conform to the majority, like 80-90% of the players that agree upon it and say this is the right way to play the video game, this is the right way to play the game. But none of that is enforced on the developer side. But what happens is later on, as fire poison mages become level, I don't know, 120 plus and higher, they just don't have an outlet, they don't have places to grind because all these high level players are already taking up all the channels and taking advantage of the end game content, and fire poison mages do not have a place for them to go. But what do fire poison mages do? What is their argument, and what actually stands is that it's not breaking any game rules. They're just playing the game the way the developers intended by spraying fire poison mist at the end game content map that the developers released, and there's no rule stating that there's ownership of channels. That's not like being implemented on the developer side. That's just a general culture and consensus that people adhere to and conform to. So what happens is, like, there will be a dispute. There's nothing really the developers can do. It's not considered griefing. It's not considered. It can't ban them because they're just playing the game the way developers intended. All they're doing is they're just being the black sheep of society, right? They're just being the emo kid or a bully. That it gets way more messy if a teacher or a president or the principal gets involved, when the bully also stays in line and they're not actually harming people and doing massive damage to people. Now, if the fire poison mage, like let's say, goes an extra mile and tracks you down, and some fire poison mages will do this if you rub them the wrong way. What they do is they track you, they put you in a black book, and they have a name that they track. Every time they get online, they'll go through that black book and they'll track the people that rub them the wrong way or said something wrong, and they'll go to that map, spray fire poison mist, and AFK. And I've heard stories of fire poison mages doing this. They're very resentful people. They harbor a lot of hate, and most of the time it's an effect of how much you have to conform in the Eastern Hemisphere of the world, like Japan and Korea, where you have to adhere, and you can't really be an individual. You kind of exist in a bubble of a community, and to be an individual means to be an individual like the West means you're standing out and you're the odd nail out, and they want to hammer that in and make sure you conform and align with the community and the culture that exists. And that's all great for a lot of reasons, but one thing that it does is, like, people don't have an outlet to be an individual, and they harbor a lot of hate and resentment in their hearts, and they let it out by being a fire poison mage. Let's see, I missed a lot of chat because I was talking. Do you think bishops will be considered top 3 classes once classic release? Yes, I do. I think bishops will be probably top 2 even. And Exotic said depends on holy symbol, and I agree with that too. If bishops stay the same on how they were in old school Maplestory, then essentially they will still be a top tier class. But if holy symbol takes a tanking or gets nerfed, and then they won't be as useful. Maybe we'll see how it goes. Are you playing Mapleland on KMS or in NA? I'm playing Mapleland in NA right now. I remember when I got mogged by a stronger player trying to steal my channel, I'd call my powerful guild member and we KS the shit out of those people. Maybe reduce the amount of mist clouds that can be created at the same time. Well, it's not an issue. I actually think it's a good thing fire poison mages exist, because those people, unless they're psychopath, they have a sense of they're reasonable people too, and I think it's a good element into the game to make the game more interesting. And if you have good things that exist in the game because it's a community driven game, then you're gonna have to deal with the bad side. I'm a firm believer of karma and balance, and the reason why Maplestory is great the way it is because you have unpredictability when you deal with people. And essentially the developers create a canvas that the community comes together and essentially make it their own way of playing and gameplay. And you can see that through different servers that exist. JMS players play the game completely different than KMS players and CMS players and GMS players, because Maplestory essentially acts as a canvas more than anything. It's very it's not as intrusive. It's actually, there's no intrusion being done by the developers. It's very hands off, and it lets the players do what they want to do. So that's really good about the game. People who do this are a bit insane, maybe, but there's a lot of crazy people out there. 한국어도 할 줄 아나요? 네, 한국어도 할 줄 압니다. Poison mist lasts that long? How can they AFK? Poison mist at max level lasts about 40 seconds, and that's enough for you to be on your phone. You spray, it takes you like 5 seconds to spray it in a map like Newt Golem map. You just teleport around spraying it, go AFK for 40 seconds, come back, and even if you don't come back in 40 seconds, right, you don't have to be on the dot. You can AFK for 2 minutes, come back, spray the poison mist again, and essentially on the receiving end, the player that has to deal with it, intermittently, if not constant, you have to grind for 40 seconds at a reduced EXP. And if you don't grind, and the poison mist does more damage than you actually hitting the mob, when you actually kill that mob later on, majority of that EXP is going to go to the fire poison mage. I really dislike that private servers enforce map ownership. I never KS people, but I think it should be possible to grind wherever, as long as you don't follow someone to grief all the time. I agree to a certain... See, for me, it's hard to agree and disagree to that statement, because the playstyle of GMS and KM is so distinct and different that statement applies to GMS, but it doesn't really apply to KMS. KMS players form parties anywhere they go. It's usually a party of 6 with a priest involved, and they get very lucrative and creative on what classes to involve depending on how the map is laid out and the layout of the map and stuff. And most of the time, the channel ownership works, and it makes sense in KMS because when you're party grinding with people, you have to essentially use the entire map and party grind efficiently that way. But in GMS, it doesn't really matter because you're solo grinding on a giant map by yourself. So if someone comes, it's not that big of a deal. And I honestly would take your side in that argument if I was playing GMS. Like if somebody was to come here and grind the first 2 floors of the map, I'd be like, whatever, I don't really care anyway. Like I'm just grinding and chilling. If you wanna take one platform, I don't mind. But that doesn't really apply to KMS. 뭐야, 한국어 잘하네. 네, 한국 사람입니다. GMS only party at Newts, anywhere else no party. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I didn't even know GMS partied at Newt. I had a group tell me to leave a channel when I was there first. I told them to SMD. Should I have left? I don't know. I guess. I mean, did they leave after you told them to SMD? It's pretty funny though. You're pretty bold. Usually when people come and I know that they're coming in bad faith and want to just be annoying, most of the time I just ignore and do my thing. And eventually my silence and my consistency, because they have nothing really against me, they'll leave after a while. But let's say I matched the toxicity and the violence with more toxicity and violence, what happens is then these people have enough reason for them to stay for more than 30 minutes and actually make your life miserable, because now because you hurt their ego or you've said something that ticked them the wrong way, now they gotta see it through. Now they have to be there for hours on end just trying to have a battle of wits with you. And in those scenarios, fire poison mages definitely do shine, because it's a lot easier to be a fire poison mage, and it's a lot easier to be a fire poison mage and win that battle of wits than compared to, like, let's say a warrior, which is the worst because you have no mobility. You're hitting 1 or 2 targets at max at a time, maybe 3. But especially in a late game content map like Skelligos or Skelligons or Newts, you know, you're hitting 2 at max. Did you get suspended or banned KSing in Mapleland? Did you get suspended or banned KSing in Mapleland? No, not really. You don't really get banned or most people. Here's the thing, I'm talking about the extreme of the extreme, where people are really like nasty people, and those people don't exist. That's the thing. Even fire poison mages, a huge portion of them don't cross the line too much. Like, I guess that line is subjective, and everybody will have a different line and a definition of line. For me, I'm okay with I love fire poison mages, and I think what they're doing is interesting, and yeah, it's annoying, but it's just the unfortunate consequence that you have when you try to micromanage all these little problems that Maplestory has. Eventually, I think ultimately what ends up happening is the game being pushed for more of a solo experience and solo grinding game. An element of humanity has so many positive sides. When you have interactions with people, you make great memories and great friendships, but then you'll have people, obviously, just like in the real world, you'll have dicks and people that just want to be annoying and get on your nerves for no reason. And to me, it's bearable. Like, the amount of annoyance and amount of discomfort that fire poison mages, to me it's bearable, and I can accept that as a consequence of essentially having the game style that we have in KMS. I don't want too much developer intervention to solve little issues like this, because what will they do? They will either ice out or box out the fire poison mages from either existing, or they will create mini dungeons, something to get people to stop complaining about playing with one another. And if 80% of the time I'm having a good time in Mapleland, there's 20 or 10% of the time where things don't go my way and I just get annoyed. But that's in real world too. What are you gonna do? Really, like, box yourself in a home? Arguably, that's worse than dealing with bad intention, bad faith people in the real world. Being locked up, like, let's say they release a mini dungeon, right, for fire poison mages to not bother you, and if they come, you can just go there. Eventually it will get to that. Right now it's fire poison mages, but if we're not complaining about fire poison mages KSing you and being a dickhead, then eventually it'll be something else that people complain about. And once you like kind of lay out the groundwork that the developers lay out the initial, they take the initial position that they're going to be more I guess involved and create intervention patches and updates to mitigate and resolve human to human relation issues. What's gonna, I think, eventually at the end of that road, when you take that first step of intervening and mitigating and solving issues, you're gonna end up how Maplestory is right now. The current Maplestory. What do people use to talk these days? Is it still Skype or Game Talk? Oh no, brother, are you from like 2000? Have you not been on the computer for a while? People use Discord now. And if it's not Discord, people chat. Mainly it's Discord. Like 90% of the time it's Discord. But people still chat in-game too. Artail will get suspended if you KS. That's Artail. 2.0 출시 어떻게 생각하시나요? 너무 좋게 기다리고 있습니다. 옛날 메이플을 더 확실하게 재구현한 메이플랜드를 출시하는 거니까 저는 좋게 보고 있어요. 기대하고 있고 2.0이 나오면 채널 같은 것도 늘리니까 2.0이 나오면 채널의 인원수도 확대되고 하면 이제 마을 같은 데서 사람들을 더 보니까 좋을 것 같아요. 저는 언제 나올진 모르겠지만 빨리 나왔으면 좋겠네요. What if they track you every time you log on in KS? I think that's the line, right? We talked about the line, and it's a subjective line. Everybody will have a different understanding and different definition of line that should not be crossed. And I think that's one of them. If you're tracking me every time I log on and KSing me and making my life hell and single-handedly targeting me, I think you have a case where you can like really approach the developers and the development team of Maplestory and say, hey, look, I can't play the game because this psycho right here is obsessed with me. Like, it's not just an instance, it's not in that instance of an experience or that time where he was upset and he's like making my life hell for like 30 minutes. This guy is getting on every day and making my life hell every day. Can you do something about it? I think that's the line that I would say is the definition of a line when players actually need to get in trouble for doing too much. But most of the time, fire poison mages in this game, they're reasonable people. I say reasonable, but they're reasonable within their realm, within their world of how they play the game. 1 million meso for high level players farming as Skelegos or Newts, it's not that much. And fire poison mages asking them to pay 1 mil for them to leave, it's just like annoying. Get away from me, do your thing. And most players do actually pay these fire poison mages to leave. So, and some of them will have a conversation with you and they're not just like total assholes. They have some logical, they have an argument for the behavior that they're portraying, and you can have a conversation with them and they'll try to at least hold a conversation where you can see it from their point of view on why they think they need to do what they need to do. So they're not complete psychopaths. Now, do I agree with what they say and their approach to the game? No, but do part of me actually sympathize and empathize with the fact that they're ostracized from the community and they don't have anywhere to grind, and when they want to grind at an adequate party level, adequate setting, adequate map with the monsters being around their level like Skelegos or Newt Golems, all the channel is taken by everybody and they don't have a place to go because nobody wants them in a party. Part of me really sympathized with that, and it's unfortunate that they have to deal with that. But not all of them are always like that. They'll either, there's still party training, there's still party grinding going on at these endgame content maps where fire poison mages don't come and terrorize. It's not an everyday thing. The population itself is extremely low for fire poison mages, and most of the time fire poison mages, they're just average people too. Average everyday people who wants to play the playstyle of fire poison mages, play fire poison mages, and they'll go to Ludi Brium and put down fire poison mist and train by themselves while they're being because they enjoy the chill solo experience, and maybe they don't like socializing with people, maybe they don't want to deal with that, they just rather watch Netflix or YouTube or whatever, and they put down fire poison mist and they go around grinding stuff. So they don't always default into, well, I'm gonna make someone's life hell today. They kind of do both. And unfortunately, when you run into Fire Poison Mage, best thing you can do is just shut the heck up, keep your mouth shut, act like you don't see them, and let them terrorize you for a little bit until they get bored and they leave. Most of the time they just leave anyway if you're non-responsive. Yeah, bro, I'm from the past. I was top 100 to reach 200. I was in a Hall of Fame. Dang, man, that's impressive. Thoughts coming out for a high level DK. Heard there was nothing at Showa for warriors because of high accuracy requirement. Warriors and accuracy is essentially like a second stat for warriors, so you know, it's not really the dex. Dex is like really good. Here's the thing, if you can get, I think 1 dex is 0.8 accuracy, but the thing about dex is that it actually elevates your damage a little bit, not as much as strength. So it's kind of like dex and accuracy are on the same platform, same importance and priority when it comes to warriors, but accuracy I would say is still a lot more you need to put a lot more priority and importance on accuracy, because warriors, their class philosophy and design is that they're hard hitting but slow, and if you hit even one miss, the damage discrepancy is so huge that it's just really worth it for you to get to a point in accuracy where you're not hitting miss. 저도 2.0이 빨리 나왔으면 좋겠어요. 저도요. 다들 기대하고 있는 것 같아요, 많이. They used to have undercover GMs back in the day where you could report those pricks. Really? Yeah, I don't think you can do it here. Not in Maple Land. Oh, there's a lot of mobs down here. Wow, it's already 2:30. Me rambling non-stop. You guys don't even get a chance to listen to the music I put down. I'm rambling so much. With the new first job skill giving 50 plus accuracy and new gear stat requirement in classic world, I don't think warriors will have to care about accuracy anymore. It's interesting. It was pretty dumb that accuracy only really mattered for warriors. Yeah, because other classes, you know, like if you look at archers and thieves, they had to level dexterity, and it was part of requirement that you level dexterity to equip the items. That wasn't the case. That's not the case for warriors. I see you speak 3 languages. Where do you live? I live in United States. Your Korean is good. My Korean is okay. It's my native language, and I grew up speaking the language, so I retained the language, the ability to speak, but I came to the States when I was in high school, and all of the upper level education was done in English, so my ability to speak in higher level topics and higher level conversation is really lacking in Korean, and I get stuck a lot. Did you go through the hassle of getting a Korean SSN to play KMS? No, I have family in Korea, and my cousin, who's my best friend, actually helped me create an account and got me logged in. What do you think of the people that don't want to transition to Classic because they have too much invested on private servers? I mean, they can stay. I think with or without those people, let's look at classic. Let's look at private servers, for example. People that play on private servers. Give me 1 second. I gotta see what this is. 시청자분이신가요? 감사합니다. 열심히 하시라고 훈지해 주시네요, 창류님. 열심히 하겠습니다. Let's look at private servers, for example, right? Like Maple Legends and Maple Worlds and stuff. Wow, level 186. That's crazy. The Shadower. There's gonna be a huge portion of the players that come to classic Maplestory. I guarantee you. Maybe the higher level players that have so much time invested won't come, but that's not gonna affect. That's gonna have a small impact on the success of classic Maplestory. Classic Maplestory, most players that haven't played Maplestory, or they've been away for a while, and all the other players from different countries, like foreigners, are gonna flock to it just to kind of get a new taste of what classic has to offer. and essentially what might happen is these private servers will, like, I think Maplestory Classic will cannibalize if it's a well polished and, you know, good game without bugs, and it looks really nice and the gameplay is decently fun. It's gonna cannibalize Maple Legends, Maple Royals, Artale in a heartbeat. I'm telling you, because it has the funding of Nexon behind it, and it looks like they're actually trying to take this seriously. And they're gonna create, with these two developers, Ohanbyul and the lady, I think her name is Nara or something, Nare. They're gonna create a game that's way more polished than what the community can come up with in these private servers. And we'll see. Initially, it's gonna cannibalize Maple Royals and Maple Legends and all these servers. But how the game actually plays out over time and what kind of updates and the direction the developers take might actually push people back to the private servers. It really depends on how the game plays out. But initially, people that are saying, like, I'm not gonna try Maplestory Classic because I have too much time invested in private servers, those players might be the only players that are left playing that game for the first few months. Okay, yeah, makes sense. You got a friends. 외국 행님인 줄 알았는데 한국인이었다. 한국인입니다. 한국에서 태어난, 한국 하남시에서 태어난, 라면하고 김치를 즐겨 먹는 한국 사람입니다. Imagine next time actually carrying this time. I know, right? I saw your video about fire poison mages and I had no idea they had a toxic reputation. Really love your commentary. Oh yeah. I mean, you know, I love them. I think they're unique. I love fire poison mages. What it is that it's just a group of folks who don't want to conform anymore, so they create a separate identity where they can really let loose. Like, you know, they're just trying to express the dark side that they've been harboring, trying to conform, let out. Those people, if you stay on their good side and you don't match the toxicity and the disrespect with more disrespect, and you can actually laugh it off and befriend them, they're reasonable people, and some of those people really are like really ride or die type of people. I've talked with a fire poison mage, and at first he's very brazen, but you break down the walls and you spend some time with them, they're very loyal people. What I've learned is that they're very loyal, and maybe that loyalty is being shown as loyalty. I say loyalty because if there's any type of dispute, you call a fire poison mage and they're there, and maybe it can be perceived as loyalty, but I think it's just another way that they can feel a sense of identity, like a pride in what they do, and it kind of affirms their identity when they go into a disputed area and they know that another person is relying on you, or they feel like you can be a reliable being to another human being. It kind of affirms their identity, It kind of affirms their purpose, and it can be perceived as loyalty, and it's nice to perceive that as loyalty. But these people, you give them a little sense of humanity back, and a friendship to them. They're one of the most loyal people. They're one of the most like helpful people. I think most private servers will at least try it. I think so too. Fire and Poison mages are my fave type of mages, theme-wise. I think it's a really cool theme too. I love the whole idea of thought. The fire and poison is a weird mix. Like ice and lightning kind of goes together. I wonder why they didn't do like earth and fire. I feel like earth and fire fits more, but the poison is just, it's very unique and cool. I'm European and played on EMS, and I don't remember them having a bad reputation. It's a different culture thing, right? Like every server has its unique subculture that exists in that server. So GMS has their own way of players kind of decide how they want to approach the game or how they want to play the game. The culture that exists in that country where the server is being provided essentially brought in the culture into the game, and you could see that play out, especially since I played KMS and GMS all throughout my life. They have very different play styles and approach to the game, very distinct. So you probably didn't experience it in EMS because it's a very different culture that exists in EMS compared to KMS. 좋은 밤 보내세요 형님. 구독, 좋아요 해두었으니 다음에 또 올게요. 알겠습니다. 다음에 또 오시고 구독 감사합니다. 잘 주무세요. Any good Korean movies on Netflix? Oh man, so many good movies. Let's talk about movies. I love movies, right? I love great quality movies. Parasite. Great movie. Great Korean movie. I don't know if it's still on Netflix. Old Boy. Another classic Korean movie if you guys haven't seen it. What's another one? Memories of a Murder. Old classic Korean movie. Really great movie. What's another one, guys? There's some really great Korean movies. There's more. There's a lot more. Chaser, I believe. It's 추격자, I think. This is another great movie. I don't know what it's called. It's either Chaser, 추격자 in English would be. Let me see what. The Chaser. It's called The Chaser. Yep, I was right. Called The Chaser. That's another great movie. Train to Busan is another great movie. Another great zombie movie. If you want something more like deep psychological thriller, I recommend Two Sisters, 장화 홍련. Also really good, but it's called Two Sisters in English. That's a great movie. What else is there? If you guys haven't seen Physical 100 on Netflix, I definitely recommend you watch that. Both the first two that happens with Korean people, but there's a third one which is Physical Asia on Netflix, and it brings in the top athletes and top performers from each country, like Olympic medalists and stuff like that. They compete in like really stressful physical settings, and it's really fun to watch. It's a reality TV show. It's not a movie, but it's still really good. I can't think of more. I'm gonna watch The Chaser later. Chaser is really good. I enjoyed Chaser. The actors in Chaser is really good. Manny Pac was in the second one. Yeah, man, he left early though. I don't know if you saw that. He left early. He left in the middle of the season. I think he gave up. I don't know what it was, but I think he gave up, man. That happens relatively fast, you know? And Manny leaving happens like not even into season 2, I think. I think in season 2 maybe, and there's what? At least 3 seasons? 4 seasons? Or is it 1 season and it has like 9 episodes? I can't remember. 호주가 1위 했어야 했다. 호주가 강한 분들이 정말 많았는데 호주가 1등 못한 게 좀 놀라긴 했어요. 호주가 1등 할 줄 알았거든요, 저도. 스트롱맨도 엄청 스트롱하고 호주에 굉장히 날렵하신 분들도 많고 센 분들이 많았는데 호주가 1등 못한 게 좀 신기하긴 했어요. I haven't even leveled up my skill. Let's see. What do I level here? I leveled everything that I need. Oh, power crash. I've never used this before. Let's see. See what this does. Let's put this right here. Do you know why KM has such party-oriented culture as opposed to GMS solo-oriented culture? I do. I have an idea. I think it just reflects in Flea. It could get into a really lengthy combo, and I love to talk about things like this because, it's what intrigues me. I am a living example of someone who experienced two different cultures on the opposite side of the world and how distinct it can be. When you take America, United States as an example, let's look at the country. It's a melting pot. We have people immigrating from all over the world, and they form little cliques, little huge population. And people have to conform a lot more in Korea than they do here in the West. It's like that. It's the Eastern Hemisphere and the civilization in the East. They conform to a general consensus culture. Their culture is very much it's very much more like solidified and mainstream, whereas here in the West there's a strong emphasis on individualism, and you create your own culture and you create your own family. Whereas in Korea, growing up, your neighbor could feel like family, and you could also see this in the gun laws that we have here in the States. In Korea, owning a gun is illegal, but here in the West, because it's so because there's a strong emphasis on individualism, and we look at conforming into a giant pool of collective consciousness as something that's bad, and we stray away from that. We call that like communism or dictatorship. But it's really not like that in Korea. People do conform, and you could really have negative side effect of conforming too much, and it could turn dystopian quick. And I think the West fears that a lot more than we do in Korea. Koreans kind of just conform, as long as my life is comfortable, and as long as there isn't huge change being done to my life at an individual level, it's okay. They take it as like I think it's okay for me to conform and take advantage of the things that the government is giving out, or general consensus in the pop culture. It doesn't have to be political. It's just about anything. It could be about humor. It could be about food. It could be about pop culture. Everything kind of falls into the collectivism mindset. So if I think something is funny, another person most of the time is going to think that's funny too, or they're going to be able to relate to the humor. But here in the West, even humor is some people can take offense to that and some people won't. And what happens is, here in the West, because of that reason, because everybody's so individualized, we put up walls around our clique and our family that we build. And it's a very much more like, this is my family, this is my home, and this is the ideals that I'm passing on to my children and onto my family. Whereas in the East, it's more like everybody kind of agrees in a general collective idea of morals and ethics and stuff like that. And this is an important foundation to lay out if I want to explain the party-oriented culture from GMS to KMS, because that type of culture directly translates into a game like Maplestory, where the developers are very hands-off. In this game, developers kind of just throw you in the game and you kind of figure things out on your own. So what happens in that setting? What do people do? If you were raised in the East and in Korea, your neighbor is your family, and they see the systems laid out in front of you, like holy symbol. There's obviously party buffs that exist. Holy symbol, hyperbody, haste, meso up, resurrection. The system is there, and people get together as a collection, as a collective unit, and figure out as a community a best method to train and party grind together. Now in the West, because we're very much more individuals and individualized, and we focus a lot more on individual liberty and our ability to express ourselves as an individual and not as a collective unit, people don't communicate and socialize as much for that reason. And people just kind of play the game purely subjective to their experience and what they find enjoying, what they find and what they define as enjoyment. And a lot of people don't take that next approach or the next step to create something for the community like they do here in KMS. All these party training methods and party training areas are community driven. The culture within the game is community driven. There's nothing the developer and the development team implemented into the game and injected with like an ideal or a framework that people have to follow. And people just kind of figure it out on their own. And that's why you see like JMS, CMS, GMS, KMS, all these servers have their distinct training method and distinct way of party grinding and leveling and how they get together in a game and enjoy the game. And I think in GMS, there's a huge, I am a strong advocate for individual liberty and individualism. I want to have individual liberty and freedom to pass on my ideals and morals to my family. And I'm not a fan of collectivism, but where collectivism does shine is that people get together to create new things. And you know, there is definitely a pro and con to that. And the pro is it makes it easier for someone like me who's a passerby to enjoy the systems that other people have created for the general collective user. In the GMS, that does exist, but it's way more lacking. There's a lot more community-oriented discussion and conversation and people trying to figure out efficient ways to method and grind together in the KMS compared to GMS. And that's a long-winded answer into your question asking why is there a party-oriented culture in KMS but not in GMS? And it comes down to because Maplestory as a game is essentially a canvas that mimics the culture of the server of that country. And here in GMS, everybody, people like to be really lax and individualistic. And a lot of people, you can tell by the content being posted on YouTube from players that play GMS compared to KMS. GMS players will upload content of them solo grinding for 30 minutes and talk about how much EXP they earned as a flame wizard or fire poison mage at a certain map, compared to KMS players will upload content surrounding party-centric gameplay, and in each different map where party training is going on, it will compare the EXP rate. So you can tell at the fundamental level things don't align. Individualism really shines in the West, where people are more geared and there's a huge yearning to just kind of play by themselves, and that's like the norm. It's like the general consensus. Nobody really takes the step forward to bring people in and say, hey, this is the right way. I think I know a better way to do it. People in the West kind of don't like that. Why are you stepping up? What if I don't like that? What if you set some standards that I don't like, and now that becomes a general consensus that we have to adhere to? You know, there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear with people that have power, I guess, and influence. And we kind of shun away, we kind of shut those people down and say, just stay in your lane. Don't try to do, quit trying to dictate my playing experience. Just stay in your lane. I'm gonna do me, you do you. Quit trying to tell me how to play the game. That ideal is strong. Compared to KMS, it's like, oh really? How was that? How much EXP did you earn? Do you think I could go? Do you want to go together? That's where that comes from. But anyways, guys, I gotta go. It was a great stream today. In the beginning, it was a little rocky, trying to set up my camera and whatnot. It was a little tough, but we got around it. I'm probably gonna go return everything that I bought for the Canon camera. Which is unfortunate because I thought the camera was going to be a nice addition to upgrade the quality of my stream, but it turns out it's not. So we'll keep the iPhone on, we'll keep the cam going. Tomorrow I'll be on around 9 a.m. EST again. So all of you who are new to the stream, go ahead and like the video and subscribe to the channel. I stream Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the conversations that we had today will continue, and we'll continue to have these interesting and perspective changing conversations where we can learn off of one another. I enjoy moments like this. So 저는 오늘 방송 여기까지만 하고 내일 저녁 11시에 방송 다시 키도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 처음에 방송 좀 힘들었지만, 캐논 카메라 설정하는 좀 힘들었지만 그래도 마지막에 많은 분들이 시청해 주셔서 참 좋은 시간이었던 것 같아요. 소통하면서 게임하니까 즐거웠고, 월요일부터 토요일 주 6일 방송 저녁 11시부터 하니까 많이들 오셔서 같이 소통도 하고 재밌게 게임도 즐기면서 했으면 좋겠습니다. 그럼 전 여기까지만 할게요. See you guys later. See you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.